Wally Wally. Cheap bang. Oh God. Oh, I can fix that. I can put this fucking thing on. There we go. Come on, chat. You're drunk. Let's go home. Okay. There we go. That should be about right. Hi. How are you? Get going. Uh, so, um, okay. I think we're streaming. Mic's working. I don't have any music. That would be a thing. I've been working on this. How many days has it been since the last one? I think it's been like 4 days. I can never keep track of it. I should really. I ask that question all the time. I never remember what it actually is. It has been 3 days. Ah, see, not even as long. It's never seems to be as long as I think it is. Um, so yeah, 3 days. God, I've done a lot in 3 days. But I haven't done what I was gonna do. I finished the alien, but I didn't finish the final boss encounter yet because I ended up getting. I decided I wanted to do something for the final boss encounter, and then while I was doing that, I was doing artwork for what I call quirks. And my quirks are like Easter eggs. It's just like little weird things that can happen randomly, which I like to add into a game to make it a little bit more special, you know. So I made a couple different quirks. Some of them are pretty simple, and some of them are a bit more complicated. I don't think I'm not gonna talk about them. You might see some of it just accidentally, but I mean they're secrets. So if you want to see what they are, you have to buy the game. But nothing too crazy from the kind of coding we've done so far. So you're not really missing out on anything. I think if you've watched all of my streams up till now, you could make a game like this, no problem, as long as you got the drive to do it. All right, let me get some music going. God, I love this song. I'm just glad it's the first song on the list. But then again, I am gonna mute it. I start all my streams with this song, and that could get a little tedious. Tactics. Alright. So, alright, you're looking at this screen. I did a bunch of quirks. Shoot, this time I didn't really track what I've been working on. Because besides that, okay, let me think about it. I did the alien, I did like the way his behavior works, which we're going to see as part of this stream, so I'm not going to focus on that too much. I did like, I think it was like 5 different quirks. So I'll at least talk about kind of what I did. So I made certain things rarely appear on each of the different maps. Basically, it was what I was thinking. So like in the shallow map, you have I think most of the rare stuff I ended up making it like 1 in 200. Also, by the way, this is what we're going to be working on today. I did find out that this random one, or if that is equal to 1, this is not like 1 in 100. This is like 1 in, I think it's 10 million. Is that right? It's right amount of commas. Yeah, I think that's 1 in 10 million. If for random 1 to actually equal 1, so that can work if you're running at like 60 frames a second. Eventually, that might prop. Definitely not a good number to use for making rare things happen, because then Heck, hell, nobody will ever see it probably. So I came up with, I went back to Gazard. I did have a list of what rarities I wanted things to be. So I use that as kind of a reference, but I will show you my thinking on randoms. So I'm gonna copy this over. There we go. So my idea for randoms is you've got like 1 in 1 is 100% chance, it's guaranteed. Pretty simple. Let me space these out a little. So 1 in 5 is a 25% chance, that's like a common thing that'll happen. 1 in 10 is a 10% chance, that's like a normal. Like how is normal and common different? I think common is something, yeah, it's very likely to happen, and normal is just like, it's the thing that drops, like a chance to get a potion from a slime, right? 3% is like a rare chance it'll happen, 1 in 30. And then 1 in 100 is what I consider very rare. And the way I'm figuring this stuff out is my best example of randoms and how they work in games is farming the Heaven Sword from Castlevania Symphony of the Night. I farmed that sword a lot, so I've got a good idea for like what these values are. And just so you're aware, the Heaven Sword is like 1 in 800, which is 0.08, I think. That's what the Heaven Sword is if your character's luck is crap. So I'll just write that down. But yeah, if you have bad luck in that game, your chances of getting that weapon are basically you're going to be spending hours, maybe even an entire day trying to get it. So that's like what that means, what that value is. And then if you're at half luck, which I have, that's like half luck being what is normally what your luck would be when you go to farm that weapon. You're still spending several hours on it, and in my opinion, it's too low. I think farming the Heaven Sword is something that I think just stretches what is reasonable. So I'm kind of like, I'm dissing on Castlevania here, which I don't ever do, but when it comes to like chances of drops, they can be pretty low sometimes, and this is a good example. So in my opinion, 0.21% chance of something happening that you want to allow a player to be able to get is too low. And then if you have 99 luck, you have a 0.5% chance, that's 1 in 200. I think that's a reasonable low, but personally I'm more of the mind that you shouldn't really go below 1%. Unless it's something, so I've used both of these, so I guess that I'm kind of lying too. I think, okay, so 1 in 100 is something that you want most people to experience at least once during your game, right? And I think 1 in 200 is something that you want somebody to experience if they played the game twice, right? Or 1 out of 2 people will probably experience that thing. But that's kind of like how I think of it. So if you're looking to do like, figure out what, rareness you need, this is probably a good place to start and try it from there. So that's just how I think about it. And then, yeah, again, this is the 1 in 10 million, the chance that random 1 equals 1. I had to change all of that because that's ridiculous. That's why we weren't seeing any wells ever, is because that's what I had it set to, and that's incorrect. So basically, my wells are set to this, to where 1 in 100 screens you go into, you'll run into a well, which is just a cool little thing. And then 1 in 200 is your chance you'll run into one of these quirks. So it's some weird random spawn Easter egg thing that can happen in any given level. Right, so I made, let's just say, during the shallow map, I made an object that will float by in the sky. In a sea map, I made an object that will interact with the player and attack enemies. I made, in the deep sea map, a optional boss that can just appear, which is fun. And I also, in the deep sea map, I did a movie reference because, we're deep in the ocean. I just thought it'd be funny if you saw it floating by. Try and figure out what that might be. And then on the overworld map, I did a self insert. I put Colio Wing in the game, the one that's walking around the screen right there. I just threw him in the game because he was there, and I didn't want to draw new sprites, so I used that. And then I also have a rare thing that can happen at any stage, which is kind of like a pickup item, which is cosmetic and actually adds some benefit to the player. But it's a very rare thing. It's not as, I think it's the same rareness as a well, so that's not as bad. But yeah, unlikely to happen. But if you do see it, it's kind of funny and it's actually a benefit to you. So grab it. Right, that's all that. So what I was thinking is, this is all incorrect now, but I was figuring out like how I wanted this boss battle to go. Actually, let me just swap with what the new thing is. I was thinking about how I wanted it to go, and then I had this idea like I might have talked about this during the stream. I don't think I did. I did this afterwards. That's right. I'm pretty sure I didn't even finish the alien last time. But yeah, I was thinking about what it's gonna do. And as I was thinking about it, I was thinking it'd be nice if we had like, it summons these different enemies from the game, and basically I'll just have it go into the background, put a shader on it, and it'll just move back and forth while you fight whatever's on screen. Once you kill whatever's on screen, then it goes into its next movement pattern. And for this, I'm reusing movement patterns from the first 3. Yeah, I think the alien's got 3 movement patterns or 4 movement patterns. He's got 4. So I don't know if I did that right. Anyway, yeah, he's got 4. So I'm just gonna reuse those, summon a new enemy. He'll do a discharge between each of the different phases. And the discharge is just shooting lightning out in a pattern that you have to dodge. You can shoot at him and get extra damage on him, but you basically have to get him down to certain like chunks before he'll go into the next phase. But yeah, as I was thinking about this, I was like, it would be really cool if I did like, instead of just doing like reshaders of these guys, if I grabbed the big pictures and just brought in like one big enemy. That's kind of what I'm working on now, but I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure if I like it or not. But because I haven't streamed in a while, I figure I'll just stream this part of the process. So yeah, something like this is a good example of what I'm talking about now. So big octopus. Basically, I just took all my enemies that work, I threw them in here, and I put like a shader over them, or I did it in Clip Studio, so that they've all got like an orange glow to it. So we've got like big jellyfish, we got big salmon, which I think he might be a little too big, and stingray is one that I'm working on now. And the idea is 2 of these will come into the room, and they both kind of like have a movement pattern, and the player just has to shoot and kill them both, while the alien boss is just going to be moving back and forth watching you. Once you kill them both, he moves on to the next phase, and then you'll get the next 2 enemies, and then the next 2. So yeah, I'm kind of like programming little mini boss things. They're not too complicated. The idea, this jellyfish, he just comes into the top, and then he does circles. So I had to learn how to do circular movement again. It's pretty simple actually, and I'll show that. But that's all it does. This salmon, it really just behaves like a shark. It comes in, moves one way, moves the other way. But the difference is it gets faster and it's less slowed down by bullets the more damage you do to it. So eventually it just becomes fast and harder to kill. You have to be more careful that you can't slow it down with your bullets. Octopus, it moves along the top of the screen, and then once it's above the player, it comes down pretty quick, and then once it hits the bottom, it repeats the pattern, and it's just trying to get underneath the player. And once it does, it goes up, and then it'll repeat. And then my idea for the stingray is the opposite. The stingray will come in off the screen, go up and down to find the player, and then move over. So with the octopus being above you and the stingray being to the left or the right, kind of how this is going to work. That's what I was thinking. So we're setting that up now. Right, I'm going to post this in. So this is what I'm thinking now. So he starts off, oh okay, I started him at 0. So yeah, he starts off, he just does the left to right movement. He discharges 2 small circles, just kind of go in circles. I don't know. Jellyfish and salmon. This jellyfish does circles, the salmon just gets faster. Alien 1 chases you, then he does these medium circles in the reverse direction. Stingray octopus, it moves to Y, pulls back and charges. That's with the stingray. The octopus is the same, but it's top down. Alien 2, base and charge. Discharge. I'm not sure about this one. I might think of something different with that. This one, I was thinking the anglerfish. I wasn't too sure about what it does, but I could have it like actually just go invisible as it moves around and then it reappears. I'm thinking kind of like Boo and or Big Boo and Super Mario Bros. Or Super Mario World. So maybe I'll do that, and then the crab's just the crab. I can't think of anything fancy for the crab. I could have it like throw boulders at you or something, but why do that when you can just go down and shoot it? They're not supposed to be too crazy. They're just like some little filler, basically. I think I've already made it pretty complicated. But I didn't want the final boss of the game to be too boring. It should be challenging enough. Alien 3, he does chase, charge, and he fires projectiles. His discharge is this sweeping thing where you got to be above or below. The shark and the eel, I have no idea how I'm going to do the shark. But the eel was the whole reason I was thinking of. I came up with this because I was wondering, how do I get the eel in if I'm doing all these different enemies? And I thought, oh, I just have one giant eel that comes up, and you have to shoot at it, and then it goes back down, and it just keeps coming up from below. So that's what started this whole thing, this whole fiasco. Alien 4, he fires projectiles while he's charging. He charges faster and for longer. And then the discharge, he does these homing projectiles, and the lightning arcs are random. So just, you gotta dodge everything and there's no pattern. And he stays like that until you finally finish him off. And then I also had to draw a death animation, which I went with the, instead of doing something cool, I went with the silly route. So his death animation is gonna be the exact same as the players. Because I thought that was funny. Which, I don't even know if I put it in the game yet. I don't think I did. I think I forgot to. We'll get to that later. But yeah, the way the player gets killed and he's in that, like... it's not really a T-pose, it's an X-pose, but I had the alien do the exact same thing. So it's like, all the times the players got killed this way, you get to kill the enemy the same way. Just seemed fitting. And it's easy. Alright, Stingray. That's what I was working on. And this does not look like a Stingray yet. Where's the Stingray? Oh, it's this one. Alright, so most of these have relatively the same sort of, like, the basics of them are the same. It's just the patterns they do is different. Oh yeah, I did say I was going to show the other ones. I'll do that real quick. So the jellyfish, this is the code for the creation event. Nothing crazy here. I made it twice as big because it seemed kind of small. They've each got 100 HP. I don't know if that's good, but seems about right. Draw event. This thing has this orange shader. Its alpha is a number that changes based on how he dies, which is how I get like a unique death out of these guys. I just have them die slowly and fade out as explosions go off. Just kind of a cheap death. the parent bullet, I think this is all the exact same, and then the step event. So still has a lot of the same stuff here, only he's got like a universal death thing, and the death actually just destroys the instance. It destroys it in this special way, which is this is how you kill an enemy in a fancy way through code without having to draw anything. That's how I did it. The spawn finds a place, room width divided by 2 at a certain Y. Yeah, and then he just starts moving, and this is how you move in a circle. Angle plus equals 0 point, whatever you want your circle speed to be, and then use cosine of this angle times length. Length being, for me, I'm using 5, but that's just how big the circle ends up being, and you have to like mess with both of these numbers, the length and the angle, to get it to look just right, but it'll work. So that's how you do circular movement. The Salmon, I mean this one, Salmon's just like the shark. There's nothing really different here, except for this part. If his HP is greater than 66, his speed goes to 0. If it's greater than 33 but still less than 66, his speed only gets cut in half, and then if none of those were true, then his speed's not affected at all. And he gets faster, his speed max increases every time you hit him. So it gets quicker and quicker. Yeah, that's the code. It just finds where the player is and moves towards them. Nothing to that. Octopus is pretty much the same thing, same deal. Finds where the player is, moves towards them. Has the same kind of death. Alright, Stingray. So let's start with this. HP, this find is probably right. This is very similar to this octopus. The only difference is he actually goes off the screen and comes back on. And I wanted him to do like a quick, like imagine he's going to where the player is, and then I want him to do a quick pullback before going forward, because he moves a lot faster than the octopus. So you need that little bit of anticipation so you know to dodge. But that's what I'm going for. I don't know exactly what all this stuff needs to be yet. We'll keep it at 7. All this seems the same. This plane does kind of matter. I'm going to use this value. So for the octopus, the plane is basically, there's 2 planes. There's one where he moves along the top, and there's one he moves along the bottom. For the Stingray, it's going to be like that, only it's going to be this plane and this plane. So I got to kind of figure out where those are. So I think him being, let's put him like here-ish, so his tail's off the screen a bit, and he'll move up and down from here. So if I wanted to know what this X was, I just put it in the room, and there it is. It's 320. So I'm going to use that as my first one for the plane. There we go. And our second one will be put it to -1. I can see what it looks like flipped. And then I can put it where I want it, which is kind of like the other one, but right here. This is the other plane. There we go. So that's how I found those 2 numbers. Alright. Also, this is wrong. It's X. And oh wait, I see. I put it next to the wrong one. Okay, so X equals Y equals, what's X start as? X probably, he's going to start on the left side of the screen. So let's just do -500. And then his Y probably be, oh, player's Y. Okay. So let's look at everything else first. Does he have a shadow? I think he does have a shadow. All this is the same. Does he get faster? I don't think he does. This guy's got a set speed. But I think your ability to slow him down should get worse the more hurt he is. I like that little mechanic, so I might as well just keep it in. It's really as simple as this to do it, to implement it in my code. Alright, so the first step I was going into, the first state, was to find the player. But in this case, that is not true. I need a spawn. I need a spawn state because he needs to come in the screen first before he starts fighting. I'm going to change this as well. So for spawn, if, no wait, we say dir equals sign of x. This isn't necessary. Alright, let me do this. Okay, direction equals sign of x. So, also, I really should set this up to where it's negative because it's always going to be the opposite of what I actually want. But it doesn't really matter. I just set it up taking that into account. Image X scale equals negative direction. Yeah, and then we move till we're at the plane. So move towards point. We want to go towards plane, and we want to go towards, actually just that, just plane. The Y can be the same as his Y, and then the speed is speed. Okay, I want point distance. Actually, I keep messing up whether I want point distance or distance to point, which there is a difference. Distance to point is how far the hitbox is from the point. Point distance is the distance between 2 points. And I keep constantly, these last couple days, I've been putting the wrong ones in. So I want to make sure I use the correct one here. I want point distance. I'm pretty sure I want the point to be where he's supposed to be. Honestly, I think I need to use point distance most of the time, and I for some reason default to the other one. Alright, so we want the point distance between X and Y to be plane and Y. We want this distance. We want it to be less than speed times 2. Alright, not done yet. If that's true, then we do this part. So, okay, we spawn, we find out what our direction is, we set our image X scale to be what it's supposed to be, and then we move towards the place where we're supposed to be at. And then once we're there, state equals find. I feel like I should have used search instead. That would have been better than the word find. It's too late now. State equals find. Speed equals 0. Anything else changing here? I don't think so. Just gotta make sure I turn the speed off when he arrives. Okay, now we do this part. So, this image angle thing is not necessary. This is what I used. The octopus kind of like tilts at an angle when it's moving, so it will tilt left or right until it finds its spot. This guy doesn't do that. So, yeah, I just want him to move towards the player, but he's going to be This is just backwards. So it's on the plane, but we're searching for O players Y. And that's really, everything else here should be the same. So we want distance between plane, which is already there. Double click, copy. I learned to do this by watching other people doing it in their tutorial videos. I don't know why I never really paid attention that you just double click anything and it'll select it. That's so much easier for, instead of trying to select stuff. It just leaves out like certain attachments, but it's still really handy and I should use it more often. Alright, so it's going to move along the plane. It's going to find the O player's Y, and if it's ever close to that Y or that distance, then the state's going to go to move, which is not true. Now the state's going to go to, I don't know, let me think about it. So this is the part where I want to say back up and then go forward. And to do that, I really could just say go back. I could put it on like a variable that triggers, or I could do a different state, which I kind of want to just do a second state. I think that would be a lot easier and more efficient because it's less code that's running. State equals anticipate, or I don't know, pull back. What's a good word? Ramp. This is ramping up, right? It's just what I think about it. If I wanted to make it one word, it would be ramping up. Alright, state equals ramp. We don't care about direction or image speed, but normal speed has to stop. Alright, so ramp, we want to just say move. Oh, how do I do this? I just do, I mean, without doing a timer. Okay, what I could do is say x, right, x plus equals direction times speed. Okay, that's probably backwards. So direction is the opposite. So yeah, going this way means he's backing up. So I think that is right. So he's going to back up, and then once if x is less than wait, okay. Yeah, how do I do this? I need to set it up to where it works at both sides. Make me think this is going to be harder than I think it is. Because I can do it based off of what the plane is times the direction. So like plane minus, or plane plus 100 times direction, so it's either plus 100 or it's minus 100. I don't really have a way to find that. Maybe I just use move towards point again. I think probably we just use the same kind of code. I think it'll be easier than trying to figure it out the other way. So we're going to move towards, we're going to do Y. Alright, so it's plane. Yeah, basically what I was just saying. So times or plus 100 times direction. Direction is -1. That means he would be moving backwards, but that would be correct. Okay. shit. Just screwed this up and put it in the wrong place. Alright, so if the distance there is this, then we go to move. Alright. And move. Yeah, I think we'll have to do something like this. So if plane equals the first plane, you move to the right. Otherwise you move to the left. So that works. Let's our first plane is 320. Whether if it equals 320. I don't care about this image index thing. It can animate. And in fact, I think I wanted it to animate faster. So we say image speed equals 2. So it moves twice as fast. Y, nope. X plus equals speed. And I don't even need to use direction because I know the direction based off of this. So speed times 1.5 is how fast he moves. I'm going to do like times 2. I want this thing to move a lot faster than normal. And then if X, this was my second plane, which is 3550, because that's easier. 3550. Alright, so if it's greater than that, that's incorrect. Because I want this thing to go off the screen. It doesn't have a turning animation, right? I need to hide it off the screen. The octopus always stayed up and down, so it didn't matter. But this thing has to go off the screen, turn around, and come back on, and then do it again, right? So this is wrong. We want if X is greater than room width plus 500. I started off 500, right? Yeah, negative 500. This is positive 500 off the room. State equals spawn again. So if state equals spawn, this will be a positive number now. This will switch. It will move towards the new plane, which is being set up here. 355. And then it will go to find. Image speed goes back to 1. That's good. After the charge. And then now we just do this on the other side. By going here. Copying this. Pasting that. Image speed. Minus equals. And then negative 500 less than state equals spawn plane now equals our original, which was 320. Yep. Image speed equals 1. I think that's it. It's death animation. It's the same thing. Timer. This is all good. So, okay. Just explaining this. I'm gonna make them move down. So regardless of what a speed is, they'll move down. Also, I never turned the speed off here. I should do that. I mean, the speed actually doesn't get turned off here, so yeah, no, that's really important. Always remember to turn speed off if you're using this move towards command. Alright, so yeah, this, regardless of what his speed was when he died, this thing kills him if his HP ever goes below 0. I like the idea that they die, they're still moving in the direction they were moving. I think what I could do, seeing as this guy moves so fast, I can say speed equals speed. Well, actually, no, that doesn't matter. I was thinking that he moves so fast, but he only moves fast because this will be playing. But if this won't be playing, it won't matter. So actually, if you kill him while he's sprinting, he'll just stop moving and then start moving down some, which is kind of lame. I think I'm going to have him go X plus equals speed times direction, so that at least he keeps moving in the direction he was facing. And I think this might be backwards. It might be negative. Maybe. I'm gonna assume negative because it's usually supposed to be backwards because of the way this works. So let's go with that. We'll see it in the testing if I did it right or not. Timer goes up if timer's greater than 10 and image alpha is still greater than 0. Timer gets reset and it creates an explosion at a random spot. I've been figuring these numbers out just based on the size of the enemy. For this case, it's going to be like 100 by 100 because he's a thin enemy. And I probably want it to be more towards one side, but that's kind of hard to set up. Let's do 3. I'm going to make this one a lot tighter because this is a smaller enemy. So we'll do 300, 300, 100, 100, makes an explosion. So it does all that. It resets the timer is the most important part here. The flash gets set to a permanent 99. If orange is less than image alpha, then the orange increases, which in the drill event is the color of the shader. So the shader starts off at 1, which is what it normally is. But in this case, I set it back to 0. No, I never set it back to 0, did I? That's a big problem. Alright, you're gonna see one of my quirks right here. Let's see. Did I do that in here? I just forgot to add it. When this guy dies. Ah yes, red equals 0. I forgot to add that to all these guys, so they haven't been dying in the correct way. I gotta add orange equals 0 to this part. So orange being how orange you can be. So if I set it back to 0, all the code should work fine. And I've just been excluding this. Shit. I accidentally fucked up. Orange equals 0. Orange equals 0. There we go. That was supposed to happen so that it gets reset to 0. And then it rebuilds back up to match the image alpha. And once it is the same as the image alpha, it's just set to be whatever the image alpha is. The image alpha is constantly decreasing by a value. So it's fading out, the orange is fading in until they meet, and then they both fade out. What that does. A timer, so when the image alpha is greater than 0, or when it's not greater than 0, this won't trigger anymore, so the timer keeps counting up until 300, and then it destroys this thing. And I'm going to have the alien is just going to search to see if these instances still exist, and when they don't exist is when it knows to move on to the next thing. So, there we go. That should work. Everything should be done correctly. We're going to see how good I am. I feel like this guy might be too small, right? I don't know, that's pretty big though. I've been wondering about the sizes here. Like this salmon felt too big, right? He's huge. It's a big salmon. I feel like this one should be half, this one should be double. This one being double seems fine. The octopus was fine. That's like a really big octopus. I don't know. I'll figure that out in a second. For now, let's just have this guy running so that we can test this. God. You think it'll work the first try? It almost never does. Also, I had a birthday. We missed that. So that's cool. 35. Here it is. Yay. I actually threw a big birthday cake away on my birthday, so that was fun. Oh, okay. Everything about that was wrong. But, I mean, honestly, I'm a bit upset about all that. But at least he moves at a good speed. He's hard to dodge. He's supposed to, okay, everything about it's wrong now. He's facing the wrong way. He came in on the right direction, though. That's the weird part. He came in facing the right way. Right? He's facing the right way. So he comes in correct, but then he reverses to the other way. What's going on there? Let's start with that. We'll figure it out from that. Just all my direction stuff is backwards. I think what would help is if I just set this up to be the opposite. So do I do negative sign? Does that actually work? So that I know that this is a positive number, he's on the left. It just makes it easier for me. So I think this will work. So image X scale would equal direction, so it'll be facing right, which is 1, yeah. We'll move towards the plane that he's supposed to be at, which is 320. Get to that place, and then he goes to find. He moves towards the, he moves from the plane, he looks for the Y, goes to ramp, he moves towards, okay, so times direction. This should go in the correct direction now. So in my head, this would be 100 times what it was before was negative. Right, yeah, it used to be a negative X. This was sign was a negative. And this used to be all negative. So shouldn't this have been 100 times -1 being -100, which is plane, plus -100, which should have been to the left of plane. So he should have moved to the left of plane, and once he got there, then his state equals move, and move just moves him to the right because his plane is this. I really don't understand why it failed the first time around. I could see it if it was like this one. I feel like that one was definitely wrong somewhere. But I haven't even got to the killing it yet. I don't know, super confused. I should do this just to get ahead of it. Say draw text xy minus 100 dir. I want to know what dir is at any point. If I see that, then I'll know if something's going wrong. Oh yeah, you can't see it. Currently his dir is -1, as we can see. Why is it -1? I don't know. Maybe I left some bit of code in that changes his direction? Because the only time he should change direction is when he spawns. -1 there, that's fine. It came in correctly. Why does it change back to -1? That's the question. Because I think it works fine when he comes in, but it changes here. And then it just stays there for the rest of the code. Right? That's exactly what's happening. Why is that happening? What have I screwed up? He spawns, direction equals negative sine x, which I know is working because he's coming in correctly. It's the image X scale, right? Do I change image X scale anywhere else? No? Well, direction definitely changed to -1. In fact, here's what I do. If I just lower your speed max to like 1, it'll give me time to process what's going on. Because I don't really pay attention to what he's actually on when he comes in the room. Because he should be on +1 when he enters the room. So he is at, yeah, it was +1 before he flopped. He flopped the second he got in the room. So it's not happening here, at least that's something to know. Why does the image X scale change at that point? You know what it could be? Because I messed with his image X scale here. I don't know if that's a thing, but just in case it is, let's delete them and remake them. I don't think that's a thing, but it could be a thing. Okay, here it comes. It just swaps immediately when he's on screen. Oh yeah, I think his hitbox includes his tail. He did back up correctly, I just need him to back up further or at a slower speed, something like that. So that's working. Honestly, now he's too slow. I'll speed him up here in a bit, but for now, I want to see him come back on this side and see if he has the same behavior. There he is, he's facing the right way. -1. Let's see if he pulls back and does everything right. No, he did not. Okay, there's some stuff wrong. Some of it is probably explainable, and some of it isn't. I know why. I know why, because this is constantly running, that's why. Usually my spawn event doesn't constantly run, but this is constantly running until... Yeah, okay. Right, I know how to fix it. Go copy this, delete it from here. Yeah, and then go into create. Enter V. Do we have direction in here? We didn't even have it in there. Alright, so we got that. And the other part is when we go to spawn is when we're supposed to run that bit of code. There we go. So this will run at one time. So what was happening is the second his X became positive, it was of course swapping around. So that was a stupid one on my point. This is also something that does not have to run constantly. So I'm gonna pull it out of here, throw it here, because it's more efficient to only run it one time. There you go, it's only gonna run the one time after it figures out what its direction actually is. Alright. So all this was good. The big thing is this. So I think this is correct. All I want to do is say speed divided by 2 here because I want him to pull back a little bit slower. And just say speed. And then I probably want to go like, let's try 200 instead so it goes back a little further. This is still the same. This is still the same. Movement should be correct now. This is minus equals. And then we haven't even got to testing the depth thing yet. Still trying to get everything else working. Alright, let's test that. But, before I forget, increase that speed back up. We're going to go to 5 instead though. Just keep them a little slow until I get everything working correctly. Then I'll speed them back up. Alright, comes in correctly. He's chasing me. I'm going to avoid him while the screen changes over. And then he should pull back and charge forward. Okay, that was a little slow. That needs to be faster, but all this is working great. He's, you know, I mean, the whole thing's a little slow now. Moves in, comes up, pulls forward, and then goes for it. Okay, what happened there? It was -1, right? Yeah, -1. This should be +1. +1. He goes... Oh, he's going this way now. What the hell? I don't get it. What am I doing wrong? This part. Should be 200 times direction. Is it not doing it in the correct order? I always wonder about that. Make sure that happens first. I mean, it should do multiplication before addition, right? Yeah. PEMDAS. So if it's doing multiplication first, this should be 1 times 200. Oh, okay, it's backwards now. Maybe that's what's going wrong. Why did it work the first time, though? So now if it's +1, as he starts that, then it should go backwards. If it's -1, it should become positive, so it means he goes to the right. Let's test it again. I probably should have sped him up a little more. I regret slowing him down already. Alright, so he's at -1. Why is he at -1? Because he starts at -1. Oh, the negative sign thing must not work then, right? Couldn't he start at a positive because of this? I guess I have to do sine x times -1. So if this is positive, it becomes negative. If it's negative, it becomes positive. And that means I have to change that in here as well. I guess negative sine x doesn't work. Okay. Try it again. He's -1 still. What the fuck? Why is he at -1? There equals sine x times -1. It should be a negative number. Sine of a negative number, 500, is -1 times -1 is 1. So what the fuck? Did I leave the code in here? No, there's no code in here that changes the direction. I swear, little problems like this drive me insane. Usually it's something that I'm doing wrong. Why does it constantly happen? I don't know what I'm doing wrong. And I wish it would stop happening because it's so fucking annoying when this stuff happens. Why is this direction not equal what I want it to equal? I'm tempted to just go back to what I know, which is this is a negative, so it needs to be the opposite. And I'll just figure it out from there. Alright, so it's the opposite of what it should be, which means this is correct. And then the whole... I mean, honestly, the only place the direction matters is this. Oh, and finding the image X scale, which is in here. Which I think these are both negative directions now. So that the image X scale actually faces the correct way. I don't know, let's try that. So now it should be -1. So it's 1 now. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why is it 1 now? I got it! I know what I'm doing wrong, and it was something stupid again. Fuck. Order matters. Order matters. Because he starts off with the positive X, and then it changes to a negative. That's what was going wrong. Jesus Christ. Ah, it pisses me off. It's something so simple. Order matters. Alright. That means every change that I've made over the past bit trying to fix that was stupid as well. I'm just gonna go back. Honestly, I'm not gonna do that. Fuck it. We've already got it set up this way. Might as well just keep it. Alright, let's try it again. Oh, fuck, it was that simple. Alright, -1. Good. He's facing correct direction. He should back up. And then go forward. Nice. Good boy. I wonder if God feels this way when he programs us. Absolutely. He's like, what the fuck are y'all doing? Why are you doing it that way? Alright, this is working. It's finally working correctly. Alright, when I kill it, it will definitely not go the correct direction. Luckily, this guy's actually pretty easy to kill. You gotta keep in mind, there's gonna be another enemy in here with him. But he won't be that easy to kill. You gotta watch out for his tail, because that does hurt you. Which is very hard to see. I wonder if I should do something about that. I mean, it's easy to see it here. He's going to run out of health eventually. He's only got 100. This stage I've found out it is very dangerous if you miss your shots because the room is so wide. Your shots go for a very long time. I don't know if I want to change that either. Oh, he died, but his image alpha is not working correctly anymore. Okay, and he also went up. Holy shit, okay. Why did he go up? X plus, because this is down. No, this is up. Why is this up? Why the hell are you going up? Do you go up? Is everybody going up? No, plus is down. Why are you going up? Because the speed was up when I killed him? Yeah, I guess so. Alright, speed half C equals 0 when he dies. I can't do what I did before with this one. Too complicated. Okay, he goes down. He moves at negative direction. That should be correct. What's going on with the whole alpha thing? So if alpha is, if that is less than this, it increases. Otherwise, orange equals the image alpha. The image alpha goes down at a small number. If flash is 0, make this thing. Oh, because this else thing. Okay. That's right, I left part of this out. I just didn't notice it till now. Maybe I should go back to what I had before. Because I forgot, but this guy also had something in here. This part. Where if state equals dead, then you draw him. I'll have to add that to all of them if I want this to work. I think I will do that. If state equals dead. Because otherwise this won't draw. So we go here, like that, go here, go under the shader, put it in there, and we say if state equals dead, then you draw that. Copy that, go into every single one of these. There. There. Where's the other guy? there. Yeah. Alright. Test it again. Sure. Did I increase the speed to be something actually challenging? 10? Is that too much? That's probably too much. I think around 10 is where it becomes very hard to dodge. I should probably go to like 7 or 8. Whoa! Oh yeah, wow, look how fast he is. I mean, it's not too bad. He's got that bit of anticipation too. You get enough time to dodge him. Right? As long as you're paying attention. If you're not paying attention, he does come out of nowhere really quick. Also, your ability to slow him down is going to get worse and worse the longer this fight goes. It's not too bad. I think he's a little too fast still. Oh, there it goes. He died, but the shader just is not applying. Why isn't the shader working? Because this isn't going up correctly. If that is less than... Yeah, if it's less than the alpha starts at 1, orange starts at 0, right? So if 0 is less than 1, then 0 is going to get, the orange part is going to get brighter. And then if it ever meets up, then it's just going to equal whatever the alpha is, which is going to start fading back out. That's how it's supposed to work. I don't know why it's not working. So if flash is greater than 0, which is true, then draw the sprite with the orange value. If state equals dead, then it's drawing it. I don't know why it's not working. Again. Which is bad because now everything's broken. Why aren't you working? Is it not going up fast enough? I mean, it was working for my other creature. Let's try that number. That is what I was using for this guy, right? Oh god, where is it? Red 0, 1. Wait 1 second. Oh, it was too far. How did that happen? I thought I copied this code. Oh no, he's got 0, 1. So, what's the Stingray using? Okay, no, it was 0, 1. Everything's the same. Oh no, I'm gonna try this and just see. I'm also gonna lower its health. Something a bit better for testing. We just want to see how it does. Whoa, he's too fast still. Actually, if I kill him in the wrong spot, it's going to be bad. There we go. He does gain some orange. It's just very slight. And it's probably really hard to see because this room is very orange. Maybe that's what was happening. I needed to go up faster, though. But that was 0.1. That's very fast. Should be pretty fast. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's too fast. That should get to 1 like within 10 frames. So, what the hell? Why can't I see it? Maybe it's got something to do with the shader that's on the background? I don't have a clue. Maybe I just scratch this whole thing and we go back to what I had before, which is actually looking okay. Which, it's going to be a bunch of work to remove it from all the code. Now that I've added it in, what do I have to remove? I have to remove this part. Let's just do this part to start with. Don't set it to 0. Honestly, all this becomes completely... Well, orange still needs to equal alpha. But honestly, no, I can get rid of the whole orange thing entirely now, because I'm not even using it. Oh god, I don't like gutting parts of the code, but I feel like it just looks better if it went fully orange. This part needs to be gut. So this is what I had before. Now we're using full image alpha. Got rid of that. Okay, let's test that. I just kind of feel like it looked better. Was he turning invisible? Definitely looks like it. Is there just something wrong with the shader? Yeah, he's turning black. The shader's not even working. I highly doubt it's this. This is shader orange. Nothing has changed with my shader orange, I don't believe. Yeah, it's still 0.3. I'm gonna try and remove this. Maybe I haven't noticed it till now, but the shadow shader is screwing something up. Yeah, he's just disappearing. What is going on? Oh, you can't see this anyway. I forget, unless I full screen the game. It's really annoying. Yeah, he's not showing up when I shoot him. Like, he's not even orange. So, I don't know why, because we're drawing him right here with the shader on. And the only thing I can think is something to do with my dynamic lighting. Maybe I just never noticed it till now. Does dynamic lighting break my shaders? Because I feel like if I was in the test room, it would work. Actually, let's just do that. A good test. Throw this guy in here. Let's see if that works. There he is. Shoot him. He turns invisible. Right, no, I forgot to do this. Ignore the dot. You didn't see the dot. Alright. Shoot him. Yeah, see, he's turning invisible. Why? Why is this guy turning invisible? Should I bring in other characters and see if just something broke? Let's try that. So if I go here and bring in something else like shark, hit play. I don't know if this is just a Game Maker Studio problem or my problem. Hey look, it turns orange. Why can't you turn orange? Is he like too big for the shader? Is that what's happening? Is there something that I just don't know about? Alright, shark. Here it is. Shader set orange. We're drawing it. We reset it. That is no different from this one. We're drawing it with the shader. We're resetting it. I don't know. This one is another one that I don't get. Did I do something else? I didn't do anything else, so let me test the other creatures. I mean, I don't think there's a problem with anybody else. Why is the stingray the only thing that this is occurring to? Holy cow, that's too big. I think I need to go back into this room. Alright, we're gonna fight the octopus enemy and see if the shader's working correctly on it. So octopus moves along the top. Yeah, look, the shader works on him. And then once he gets over you, he comes down. And then he follows along the bottom. And then he goes up. So, octopus works great. Gotta be really careful. These tentacles do hurt. Gotta be careful holding on to the button in this stage. You just waste all your shots if you're not careful. There we go. It dies. The shader's not working for it, but that's because I changed it. So maybe something in the change is what's screwed up. What did I change? I changed something that screwed something up. Alright, let me look. Orange equals 1 here. I didn't change that. What else did I change? The orange is only in this. Image alpha? Did I change anything with the image alpha? Image alpha is only in this part. So, what else could it possibly be? The bullet creates flash to equal 5. When flash is greater than 0, data turns to orange. Oh, I don't know why it's not working. I really don't. It's like I checked something at some point and I don't remember what. Maybe it's the sprite itself. I have no idea. I'm gonna try and restore the other ones though while I figure this out. Maybe I'll figure it out while I'm doing these guys. Alright, so restoring this back to normal means getting rid of this. We'll just keep the orange for now. Keep that like it was. We'll get rid of this part. This is the only thing I changed in these guys. Alright. Kill this octopus again. There's a part of me that wonders why I even bothered with all this stuff. This is a lot of aggravation for this. Which I could have just had some basic enemies come in, or I could have just not even done any of this. Yeah, that dies like it's supposed to. It turns orange and then fades out. I'm actually kind of cool with that. Instead of the whole going from nothing to something and then back again, that was actually perfectly acceptable. So I'm cool with just making everything just like that. Only problem is, why isn't this like that? And I think, is it because I got rid of this? It shouldn't be. Well, actually, let me try this. This shouldn't affect it at all. Well, except for the orange equals image alpha part. So if I got rid of this, that would not occur. So it would just stay orange forever while this is on. But to get around that in this guy, I just did image blend here. Or I did, oh my. I put image blend there. I put image blend there. Fucking idiot. God damn it. Fucking hate coding. Programming is the worst fucking thing in the world. God damn it! Getting too excited about this. Alright, I think I fixed it. There we go. It dies, it fades out, it makes a bunch of explosions, continues on for a while, but you won't be able to see that once I get rid of the text. Alright, for this part, I don't need any of this, so I'm gonna cut that out. In the draw event, I'm gonna cut this off because that doesn't matter anymore. And the octopus, I'm going to change this to image alpha. I'm going to copy that, go to this, draw, that, this, that, create event. Orange is not a variable anymore. Okay, and then step event, we get rid of this because we're not using it anyway, it's just pointless. Step event, this goes away. That goes away. Okay, everything should be fixed and correct. And a little cleaner now. This works. Alright, here's some things I want to go ahead and do. Image X scale equals 2. Image Y scale equals 2. Speed equals 8. And then in this, the ramp part is a little too long. 150, 150. Octopus is good. Salmon is too big. Let's do, I'm gonna try 0.5 to start with. I don't know if I ever used image X scale. I did. But it just equals -1, so this has to be times equals. No. Yeah, I could do that. No, it would cause problems if it's constantly occurring. I guess I just do divided by 2. I mean, that's a cheat way to get through it, but it'll work. Did I do that anywhere else? I think it was just there. Okay. This guy should be correct with that. You. Alright. And hide you as well. Alright. Let's test. Oh my god. I've just been really struggling this stream on the most pointlessly easy stuff. Holy shit, he's so much bigger now. Bang, 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 bang. Oh, yeah, he only has 10 health. Good. Alright. I think that's too big. Well, times 2 really made a difference, huh? Let's do 1.5. Oh, I think something that might have gone wrong is this as well. Where do I do the image X scale part? Here. Yeah. So, well, this never triggered. It would have caused a problem. Try that size. Still looks pretty big. Probably better though. The big stingray. I think it's better than what he was before. Alright, so what I want to do, delete that. I'm going to put these guys back in and just make sure they're working correctly with the changes. This salmon, I also made him smaller by half size. Test it. So this is the salmon and the jellyfish. Jellyfish just kind of comes up. He's that big, pretty big. But then he just does a circle. There's the new salmon, which honestly he feels kind of small now. Ah, he's also really slow. Oh fuck, I pressed the wrong button. He's too small. Either do 0.75 or... Honestly, I won't see it at 1 again. Alright. Yeah, look how big he is. That's just too much. That is a huge salmon. Though that's a big jellyfish too. I feel like both of them need to get like 25% cut off. Ah, that's close. Basically just playing chicken. Oh, there we go. That one's dead. That looks good. Oh man, this guy always causes a bunch of lag. I don't know why. Maybe it's because he's got some transparent sprites or something. Could be because he's really big too. Do 1.5. I do wonder why this guy lags out. It could be all the sparks that are getting created. I did think about taking sparks off the light render for this zone. Maybe that would improve performance a bit. Where is it? It's lights, light render meteor, create, draw. We want the sparks to remove that and see if that improves the performance a bit. There's not much in this one. It's just the player, the alien bullet, the lightning, loot. There's no loot in this one. I could remove this. Yeah, there's never going to be any loot in this stage. But there are bullet explosions. That's all true. Alright, let's try that. I'm not totally set on this, but I keep having frame drops. I gotta figure out why. Alright, let's try it again. I should have resized the salmon while I was at it. He's still too big. Actually, I'm gonna do that. I'm fighting them all over again. Let's see. Right, so we want 0.75 because 0.5 is too little. Okay, and what I gotta do, instead of doing this every time, I just say image x scale equals image x scale times that. I could say times equals, but fuck. Yeah, the problem with this is now I gotta make sure this code only triggers once, which I think is true in this case. Right. State goes immediately to move, so this only triggers once. If it happened repeatedly, this would just, he'd constantly be twitching. But it only happens the one time, so I should be completely fine to just say times equals in this case. And everything else is the same, so let's do that. Alright. Let's fight them like that. It's only 9:30. I should hopefully be able to get this all done today, I would think. Alright, well there's the jellyfish. There he is. I think these sizes look good. Not quite as big, but not so ridiculous. Still pretty ridiculous, but we're just saying that these creatures have been exposed to this meteorite for a lot longer than anything else, and it's caused this to happen to them. Oh god, clearly that times equals didn't work. I think it was like a negative number times a negative number or something, I don't know. Well, instead of doing that, I just say I could do like a scale variable. That's what I would usually do, is set scale to be whatever this is, and then I just change the scale. But it's only the one, so it'll be fine. Oh. So his speed, yeah, gets faster. You can see his tail starts moving faster as he's swimming quicker. All that just kind of like amps up. And as he starts losing health, he'll stop being able to even slow him when you shoot him, so it's kind of how he works. That's all working correctly now. I gave him a little bit of shark movement just so that he can come to your level, because he's absolutely zero threat if you can kill him, or yeah, if he doesn't even like meet you. So I had to do at least that much. Yeah, again, really frame ratey when I kill a jellyfish. And I don't know why. I even removed the spark thing, which is actually fine. Why is the jellyfish so frame ratey? It's gotta be because of his sprite. There's nothing else weird about the way he dies. So I could make this like 10. I think I made it 10 in the other ones. Right, yeah, I made it 10 here. Try that. I'll just lower this to this for testing and see if that'll work. Could be the stream is also having an effect on it. Honestly, that seemed to fix it. There was a slight frame drop there, but I think that was just normal kind of frame drop that you get sometimes when testing. No, it's very framey again. What's going on? Why is it so bad? I'm looking at the top left. My frames really spike that much. They are kind of spiking, but it shouldn't be as bad as it is now. I don't know what's going on. Because I can kill this fish and I don't have that problem, and they're using the exact same code, right? So that means it has to be the sprite of the jellyfish. The sprite of the jellyfish has transparency in it, and I think that's the only thing that makes sense to me that is causing that problem. Oh no, he's kind of lagging out the game now too. I don't get it. I guess we're making too many explosions. And I could go even further with this. So I kind of like the multiple explosions. Okay, another thing it could be is the explosions in the light render are also causing problems. Let's try removing that. And also, we don't have delayed explosions ever. We can get rid of that. That'll be one less. Get rid of this. Comment. Okay, I definitely can't remove this. I definitely can't remove this. I feel like the alien, maybe the alien bullet, but the alien has, actually the alien doesn't even have to glow. Let me get rid of that. The bullet might want to glow, so I'm gonna keep it. This is still based on the camera. So really the lightning should not be affecting this at all because it's not in the frame. Well, I guess a little bit of it gets in the frame when you get close to the surface. Maybe that's what it is. Because I'm too close to the surface when I kill them, it causes frame drops. Then again, it could be a GPU thing. I'm thinking my computer's graphics card or something might be having trouble, which is weird. I have a 1080, which is kind of old now, but it's not that bad. It's not like I'm running this on a laptop. Okay, that definitely looks better. I guess it was the shader and the explosions, which is really not necessary. So I don't mind just deleting that if it improves performance. Now this one's framey. Does seem a lot less though. Alright, I think I've decided I'm totally fine removing these from the lighting though. Because they're not, even if it doesn't matter. They're not helping. And it doesn't matter. Or they don't need to be. But we're still having frame drops. Alright, let me try one more thing that I can think of. And that's to go to Jellyfish. I'm thinking if I do pre-multiply alpha, I want to test that because I've seen that. I don't know exactly what pre-multiply alpha does, but I know when it comes to shaders, it seems to like help them. If you're gonna, yeah, try to like apply a shader to something that's got transparency in it, which my sprite does. It definitely is Jellyfish because he's see-through. It's just what I'm thinking might be the cause of it, so I'm gonna try that out. See if I get better performance or if it looks better like this. Of course, it's gonna draw all the texture pages again. Doing the pre-multiply alpha does seem to like remove a lot of the anti-aliasing, so I'd rather not use it if I don't have to. Yeah, look, he's like really dark now, but there's no lag that time. No, here's the lag. So it's random. It's just seriously random. That's great. I think it has something to do with me streaming. I'm gonna turn this off because it makes them too dark. Yeah, I don't know. One thing I want to do is I want to make the Y on this not get so stretched. And that goes for everybody. So I think it looks kind of weird when it stretches too far down. Yeah, I think it's something like my computer is having trouble drawing so many particles, which it really can't be that, because I've done particle tests where I've had like way more particles on screen and there's never any lag. So honestly, that sounds like bullshit now that I say it. I know that the light render has definitely been the thing that has caused more lag than anything else, because it's, I don't know, a GPU thing, the way it draws. I definitely had to like, I got a lot better performance once I restricted that to the screen. So I know that that's definitely a thing. Alright, this is going to be the last test of this, and then we'll move on. So there's always a little bit of lag in the beginning because it's actually like loading sprites. I'm used to that. Usually you have like a loading bar that gives you a chance to actually load in the sprites of the game before you actually play it. So for a game like this, yeah, we're just skipping the loading bar stage so that we can get into testing sooner. So that little bit of lag is just something you have to accept. But there you go, a nice clear one. Actually, I think I know what I'm going to do with the explosions. I need to set them... I was having them have like random X and Y's, so sometimes you get like ovals. But to be fair, I don't really like that. But I was just kind of accepting it, because the only way to get around that is to actually make like a scale variable equals this, which is another thing to draw and assign, which really I should do. I'm gonna do it that way. Variable scale equals random range 1 to 3, and then we just set these to equal whatever scale came out so that they're consistent with each other. Alright. Anyway, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Alright, go with this, copy down here. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Just want to test that again. And once I confirm that works, move on to the next one. Got 4 more of these enemies to do and then the main boss. Luckily I have most of the code for the alien already. That looks pretty good. I think 3 is still too big for an explosion. I don't want to kill them off screen. Yeah, those are big explosions. I think those might be causing the frame rate issues too. But let's go to like 1 and 2. I was doing some like 0.5s, but I felt like they were too small. But that did work. So, cool. Alright. Windows, close all. Alright. So, next enemy would be... we've got to do the anglerfish and the crab. Well, the crab's the easiest. Do it. So, what would I want to use as a template for the crab? Honestly, I'm thinking of grabbing... I don't know. Honestly, let's just start with a jellyfish. It seems pretty easy. Or it doesn't have anything crazy in it. I'll just have to delete stuff. Duplicate. Crab. I'm kind of wondering if I even use the crab, but I got it. Might as well use it. Man, I was going through some Geyser script earlier, and or some of my code in it. I was just looking for how to do like sine waves for the movement of. Oh yeah, I had things that are on the surface of the water I wanted to move on a sine wave, so I was trying to figure out what code I used to do that. And oh man, it's so old compared. You can see like how much I've changed in the way I program. When I go back through that code, I'm just like, oh my god, it's like a totally different person did this. Which I've got to ignore. I'm like really tempted to go and like fix everything in Geyser. I probably have to do that at some point too. It's upsetting because there's so much code in that game. Compared to this, Geyser is like 3 or 4 times as big as this is right now. So I probably should for like optimization reasons, but man, I don't know. It's a lot of work. Alright, so we want crab walk to start with. Luckily I combined the sprites, so that's good. Okay, we're gonna set this up. So start off, oh yeah, before I forget, you have 100 health. I think you're still at 100. Oh, 100. Honestly, I should just set them all to 10 until I'm done testing. Though some of them, like, their speed increases based on how much health they have. But honestly, yeah, I'm going to set all these to 10 because I know that the speed increasing thing does work correctly. But just for testing purposes, I'm going to set this all back to 10 and I'll reset it later when I do more balancing stuff. So we'll just leave this guy at 10 then. Okay, speed. I'm going to do like 5. Flash, angle, and length he will not use. That's for moving in a circle. Timer, maybe. Image X scale, I don't think so, so we'll comment these out. Maybe we'll use it. Go into draw. This is all good. Flash, yeah. Okay, P bullet, all this seems good. We'll probably do something with speed on this guy because it makes sense. So let's go ahead and grab that code, which is here. I don't think I want him to get faster though. I mean, these, I don't know. I think it's fine. We'll just do this part of it, kind of like we did with the Stingray. I don't think he has to move any faster. He just has to be staggered less. Alright, that's good. Step event. Alright, state equals dead. All this is fine. We just need to figure out what he does and all this stuff. Now this is good. I don't want any sort of movement for this guy when he dies. He needs to stop moving, in fact. Yeah, I could set speed to 0 here, but I don't want it to be a repeating thing. Timer plus plus, this is fine. All that's good. This is all good. Okay. So, what is this guy's deal? What does he do? I think he just starts off the screen, right? Something like x equals -500. And then, God, I think, unlike all the other enemies, this guy just moves and then sometimes plays different animations. And that's it. Like, he doesn't even spawn. So, move. Right, he just moves, we get rid of this. Alright, so crab movement. Where's that at? Enemies, crab. Here. I did all this standby stuff, I didn't think it was necessary. I just want the basics of this. Alright, this is the important part. Alright, so if x is greater than player x, direction equals -1, otherwise it equals 1. Image x scale equals, I can't use scale times direction. I've just got to use direction for now. Equals direction if the absolute value of that is greater than 1, or greater than 10, and he moves in speed times direction. Okay, and then I just need to gotta make sure I set speed to 0 if... Oh yeah, okay, here's how I do this. So we do that, and sprite index equals BS, bullshit crab. No, that's what is that? It's battle spawn? Boss spawn. That's what BS was supposed to stand for. It's turned into something else. So yeah, if this and the sprite index equals walk, then he walks. And then how do we decide whether he's walking or doing the other thing? We go here, animation end. We just say if I random 10 or 1, no 10 and 1. That's just 1. If okay, yeah. No I random. If random 1 is greater than, let's say, 0.9, so we want like a 10% chance this happens, equals BS crab idle. Do I do an else here? I could do an else. Else it equals walk. I mean, I gotta do something to send it back into the walk animation. I'm just worried if I do else's walk, it's gonna constantly play walk. Is there a better way I can make it to where it only happens once? Well, it's gonna be running constantly anyways, it's doing this random value, so I might as well just throw else sprite index equals there we go. That should do it. 10% chance he'll play his idle animation. Otherwise he'll be walking. If he plays his idle animation, he won't be moving. So occasionally he'll just stop and play his little animation. Image X scale changes, this changes. He's got a death thing. I think that's it. The crab might have been here to improve my sanity. Oh, we don't know where he's supposed to be at on the Y, though. Where are you on the Y-axis? Holy cow, it's a huge crab. Okay. Might have to size the crab down. But, I mean, it's kind of a good. He's supposed to be, yeah, maybe this will be fine. This is Y equals this. Go with that. $2,975. Because now it doesn't matter where we put him, he'll just go where he's supposed to go. Alright, let's test it. Anything else to change? I don't think so. I'm trying to give all these guys a movement type that's similar to what they are in you know, the normal versions, but I also, because they come in like pairs, so like the octopuses with the stingray, I wanted their movement patterns to kind of like work together. So I'm hoping pulling all this off. But the crabs is just really simple. He's just supposed to move with you, doing his little walk animation. He does his idle every now and then. And then, of course, he'd have a lot more help than that. Right now, he's creating explosions in way too wide of an area, though. So let's fix that. I think this might be fine. We'll go to 300. 300. Actually, I think the jellyfish is just too big now. I used to have them at like twice the size, or 3 times the size. But probably too much. I've tried doing these explosions to be based off of the sprite width, the sprite height. But the problem with that I was having is I think that number can change or something. I don't remember what the problem was I was having. I was having trouble having it work. And you have to like subtract half the sprite width from it so that it's, because it's based on the X coordinate. So if you did sprite width, it would be like subtracting the part on the end and adding it over here, right? So you got to get it over to where it's supposed to be and then do the full box. I don't know. I just found that I was entering numbers manually and just play testing to get it correct. Alright, I think that was it for the crab. Pretty easy. It was an easy one. But less easy will be this anglerfish. I think I best... What do I base the anglerfish on? I don't have anything that has the same movement pattern, so we'll just base it off this crab we just made. Okay. Right. Okay. Create, that's fine. X and Y probably change. Oh yeah, let's go back into the crab. I am happy with the size of it, so we can Remove those comments, might as well. Anything different here? This part I'm not going to bother with. Oh, wait. I see something wrong. Crab. Draw. Oh. This. This is wrong. This speed equals 0 is in this part. So it should not be here. It's going to always equal 0. For you, I actually want it to be there. Okay. Alright. Let me think about this. I was thinking like its alpha kind of goes in and out so that it's hard to see. But I don't know if I actually like that or not. I can't think of any other movement pattern. It had to work well with the crab. So it would be something that forces you to the bottom of the screen, right? If you want it to interact with the crab. To do that, what I could do is say it chases you until you get to the bottom of the screen and then it goes invisible and goes back to the top. You have to get close to the top before it actually like becomes visible and starts chasing you again. That would be one way where its interaction pushes you down while the crab forces you up, right? So they work together. It's like all the other guys, they kind of work together. That would be one way that works. I guess that works. That's kind of cool. I'm worried that it might be kind of annoying trying to fight this guy when he can kind of appear out of nowhere. I wonder if I want to do something different too. Is there like something simpler I can do? I've kind of done all the movement types. I've still got the shark to do too, with its own kind of movement type. And I don't want any of them to have the same kind of movement as the alien itself. So I'm kind of out of options. At least options that aren't boring. It is kind of funny that there's an anglerfish that's chasing you. It's an anglerfish that's on the surface chasing you down instead of the other way around, right? Usually the anglerfish is the thing on the bottom. I just don't want to do anything with like collision mask, which is the one thing I'm really worried about here. If he's invisible, I don't want the player to run into him and get like cheap shotted by him while he's invisible. That's the big issue that this could have. But there is a way to get around that, and that's to make when he's invisible, if I set his case to equal death, I've already got it in my code that if an enemy is in death or dead, they can't interact with the player. So technically you won't be dead, this will just be invisible. But if I did that, then I wouldn't even have to change anything. I can just say, and I wouldn't have to mess with hitboxes. So that's an option. If he's ever invisible, if he's just in the death state until he becomes visible again. I think you can still shoot him if he's... Yeah, as long as he's not dead. Oh man, there's a problem. I hope whatever creature I use the death state for, I remember to put that in the hitbox as well. Golly, I don't even remember which ones have a death state. What would that be? The ill. The ill had a death state. Right? Dead, standby, bite, dead. No, it did not. Okay. What does have a death state? I guess McGaw maybe? Nope. I'm getting sidetracked, but I know I've used the death state before. Is it Turtle? I doubt it. No. He's just in a dead state, but it's not actually real. Oh, I know what to do. Control Shift F. Where's this death state at? When have I used it? Alright, Anglerfish. No, that's the one that I'm working on. Oh, player has a death state. And that's it. It's only in the O player, so it was actually completely pointless. What I did was I did collision with P enemy. Yeah, I added this death thing in here, or other death. But other is actually never in a death state. They're just in a dead state. Only the player has a death state. But instead of removing it here, I could use it here. Or I could just rename this like invisible. Alright, invis. Get rid of the whole death thing. Means nobody's using it anyway. It's confusing. Alright, so it's an invisible state. Oh. I don't like the idea. It makes sense, but it's aggravating. These things aren't supposed to be more aggravating than the final boss. They're supposed to be kind of a simple in-between thing. I think I've gone too far into they're like little mini bosses now. They're really just supposed to be these little like ads you have to deal with. And I just think that's too complicated, the whole invisible thing. So I'm not even going to do it. I'm going to go ahead and just scratch that out now. Okay. So scratch this. But that doesn't solve the problem, as I have no idea what this thing does. I don't want it to just chase you. I don't want it to just move left and right. What else is there? I don't want it to move in a sine wave or a cosine. I'm trying to think like other bosses and see if there's something that I'm just missing. Other types of movement is charging. They're not going to jump, they're underwater. How many ways can an underwater enemy move? I could do something like a Donkey Kong style, like moving in a S kind of pattern. Which is kind of like a sine wave. I mean, technically I haven't used a sine wave movement for any of these guys. I could just have them move like that. feel like the sine wave is pretty annoying though. It's hard to like shoot him when he's moving like that. I can't think of anything else. I mean, that's good. I've run out of ideas. That means a game's pretty complete with variety, but it doesn't help me come up with the idea that I'm missing here. Let me look at like some Gazard creatures. I know that I've got a lot of different movement types for Gazard monsters. Maybe one of them will inspire me. The big problem I'm having though is that they're underwater, and that just like limits a lot of what they can do movement wise. So Gazard enemies, I've got some that are just stationary and they throw projectiles. I'm not going to do projectiles with this guy. So that would be an option. Do I want to just have them shoot projectiles and move around randomly? Do that. I just don't know what projectile he would shoot. I could reuse the alien's bullet. Can I reuse any sort of other type of projectile? I don't think so. It doesn't really have any animations for move close and attack. We're trying to do this with the one animation we got. I don't want to draw anything new. I've already made it complicated enough. We've done the whole drop down and the side style. One thing I could do the sine wave thing and make it to where it starts off a very small sine wave and it just gets bigger the more you damage him. So it's not like really annoying until the end of it when it becomes harder to hit him. I like that idea. Okay, I'm down with that. That's an idea. So that way it's not so aggravating because at least you can shoot down most of his health in the beginning of the fight. It's just the end of the fight when he's doing all this sine wave crap. Okay, what do I have that has a sine wave? This has a sine wave on it, which is, sine waves are an angle. Alright, and then sine waves are this. Copy. Well, I have learned something about this code though. Gotta be real careful when using Y start. Y start is obviously like what the Y coordinate is when they are created. But the problem with that is you cannot say Y equals 100. It will use what it was created before this even happened. So I did learn that, and I didn't know that until I was coding in here. You gotta make sure wherever it's created is what this is based off of. Now what I think I can do is just set this to be my own variable. I don't think I have to use Y start, but I've never tested that, so I can just say that Y anchor equals 100, right? Like that, or equals Y in this case. And then it changes based on whatever I set Y to equal. And then instead of using Y start, we use Y anchor, because I do want them to move to a different point and then do a sine wave again. You will have a direction. Thing is, we're going to do a left and right movement, so we need there equals 1, or actually there equals sine x x equals negative 500. 8 equals spawn. Oops. Okay. We got a direction, and I've done it again. This always goes back here. Close. So what would y equal? Y equal would be like random range between. Yeah, I don't want this one to be on the player's y. So this will be a random range between, let's say, this is like, it's a sine wave too, so I gotta be like well below the surface so that he doesn't like sine up out of the water. So let's do like, well, the first, this is the y. I don't know. Let's just try 500 to, we don't want room height either. We want, well, we do. Not entirely. Room height minus 500. So he stays inside these bounds. And hopefully our sign just doesn't stretch more than 500 so he doesn't go off the screen and he doesn't, yeah, go off out of the water. So this is only 250 now that I think about it. Because the surface is at like 250, 255. So, in fact, I'm going to do this so it works more. Honestly, I'm going to change that because there's a crab at the bottom of the screen too. I'll just do 500, 500. I'll pretend there's a surface at the bottom as well. Direction equals that, this angle is 0, okay. Here, spawn. So, the spawn part is really just, honestly, it is unnecessary, isn't it? Crap. I thought I needed that, I don't need that. I just need to, when I change direction, to make sure I change the direction I'm facing these in. Also, we've got direction now, we do image x scale equals probably negative direction. Yeah. There we go. Now, we move at plus equals direction. It's probably negative direction again. We want them to go forward. So this will be -1. If I add -1, yeah, that'll go wrong direction, so this way. This is all good. This sine wave is super small, I know that. Let's do 50 to start with. And this angle, maybe, we'll keep that there for now. This is just something I'm gonna have to keep messing with until I get what I want. And then I just need to say, if x is less than, what is it? We start at negative 500. Yeah. So we want negative 600. If x is less than negative 600, or x is greater than room width plus 600. No. I'm gonna split this up, I think, because it changes depending on which one it is. It'll just be easier to do it this way. Do that. Okay. So what do we need to do when we hit the outside of the room? So this would be the left side, which isn't what we start with. Let's do this one first. So what we want to do is say, I mean, we could just dir equals 1. Image x scale equals dir, is that correct? negative 30. Oh my. I'm definitely going to screw this up. That would be facing to the right. That can't be right. Has to be negative direction. I don't even have to say that. I can just say 1. This matters for that, but this doesn't matter. No reason to call a variable that's unnecessary. Okay, so this one, just the opposite, equals -1. Image x scale equals 1. Honestly, if you do that, he'll just change direction immediately. So I'm worried it'll trigger multiple times. Usually I go to another thing to send it back, but it should be fine because it's gonna like change direction immediately and move away. We could say equals to. I'm just afraid that it'll go outside of this -600, but then because it can't get back inside the -600, it'll just get stuck there. I guess one thing I can do to fix that is just say x equals -500. Yeah, that works. No, it can't fail. Oh, but nothing sets the y. So we need to get a random y again. Throw that in here. Alright, now I think we're good. Oh, but I didn't change the y anchor. So that needs to be in there as well. Okay, so we've updated our x coordinate, y coordinate, y anchor, our image x scale, our direction, all have changed. And then the code just continues to truck along until his state equals dead. Nothing slows. Oh, his speed always gets slowed down, which is important for this enemy. Oh, but yeah, I needed. That's right. The whole idea here was to increase the length, which I don't have. So this needs to be length. Okay, let's set the length to equal 10. So it starts at 10. And then p bullet length plus equal, or just plus plus with each shot. So wrong thing. Okay, that should be what we want. I'm gonna test it. Did I even put them in the room? I don't think I did. Nope, just a crab. Now I gotta load all these textures, close the game, and do it all over again. I still haven't gotten rid of that anchor. Alright, anglerfish. Didn't matter. Not that one. Didn't matter where I put this guy, he should just go where he's supposed to work and then work. That's a pretty big one. We'll keep him that size for now. It might be too big. hit 3. Alright, let's see where he is. Also, I don't even know what his speed is. I think it's like 4 or 5. Where are you? There's a crab. There he is. Oh, there's a crab? Say what? Did I not change his sprite? Oh, I left the animation in thing, didn't I? Oh, wrong one. Yeah. This is still attached. Delete that. Problem solved. I never really did anything with image speed, did I? Guess it's fine. So speed max is 5. We'll keep that. That's kind of medium speed. The whole point of this guy is he goes like really fast up and down eventually. Alright. Now where is he? Oh, there he is. Alright, so very little movement up and down right now. Oh, and he only has 10 health, so at least we know he dies correctly. So this crab. Also, he has no movement on the death. Wow, really chugging now. Alright, let's fix some of that. I think his size might be a little too big still. I'm gonna mess with it. So, right, how does he move when he dies? Let's do x plus equals direction. That doesn't change. Oh, negative direction. Y plus minus. We'll just do that. Or minus equals. That's right, we never even did anything with speed. Minus equals speed. Would be direction times speed. There we go. It wasn't even being affected by speed before. Okay, cool. That's all fixed. What was the other thing that was broke? Oh, he doesn't have enough health, so we can't really test him out if he dies too fast. Alright, now we try that. He should be moving a lot faster now. He's only moving at 1 last time. There he is. He does feel way too big. Okay, I don't think length is increasing enough because it's barely even changing. So it is changing. If he turns around correctly. He should go to a random spot too, so he's up here now. Alright, that's no good at all. Also, he's flying off into the air. What's up with that? Am I going the wrong way? Is it plus? It is plus. Damn it, I always do that backwards. Okay, everything's good, but we need way more length than just 1. Plus equals, let's do like 10. Really get that length up there. That's probably too much actually. 10 pixels every time I shoot him. It's gonna be ridiculous. He's gonna be flying. And he'll definitely get off the screen if I do it that much. Where is he? This. Oh yeah, look, it's changing a lot now. Yeah, that's too much now, probably. I was worried about him being like this right from the beginning. But, yeah, no, this is too much. It's probably like 5 or something will be the sweet spot. Because right now, he's moving too much, it's even hard to shoot. You should also increase image speed, I think. That's like as much as I want them by the end of the battle, I think. So let's do 5 and insert off. And let's change some other things. One, I think, is image X scale and Y scale are just too big, so 0.75 times 0.75. This. This needs to be sign of direction. Oh no. This isn't changing the direction. He's still 1 and -1. Gotta make sure the image X scale and Y scale are correct. Yeah, because of the way I've split it up. Just kind of odd. Alright, let's try that. What was the other thing? Oh yeah, I wanted his speed to change. I don't remember what I used. I'm going to use the same thing as the salmon, which is image speed increases by 0.04. So he swims faster the more you shoot him. Alright, that's more like it. Oh, yeah. Getting pretty big. Ah. Oh man, that came out of nowhere. Yeah, the random is kind of harsh, but I also kind of like that. Because if he's always at the Y, there's no unpredictable nature to it. You just gotta be careful, I guess. There he goes. Okay, I definitely want to change one thing about that. But the other thing I want to do I just want to get him going pretty hard. I want to see if he ever goes off the screen on the top of the map. Last time it took me like 2 passes to actually get his health down to something killable. I'm gonna accidentally kill him, but I think this is about right. He's not got much health left. Alright, let's see if I can get him to spawn up here at any point. 500 should be the most he goes, which is pretty low. It's like double this distance, so I still think he'd go out of the water if he spawned like here. But there's no way to really test that other than set it to where he always spawns here. Is something I could do for testing. I should do that. Better than waiting around for it to actually happen. Okay. So let's see. We just want to set y equal $500. And I gotta change it in here too. Alright, and for testing purposes, I'm going to draw text xy plus 100. HP. I don't know what his HP is. If I can get it down to low. Now he's always going to spawn in the same place. And this is what it would be like if you always spawned where the player was. Honestly, this guy's easier if you get behind him and run into him anyway. Also, let's see his HP right now. It's 36, 35. Okay, he's almost dead. 30. Yeah, this guy's tougher because if you miss him, you gotta wait for your bullets to reload. I didn't give any of these enemies a splashing effect. Alright, he's definitely going too high right now. 10 health left, 7 health left. Five, 3. Alright, that's about right. Looking at it, I would say maybe like 200 less would probably keep him in the water. I'm gonna try that first. I want 700. Either that or 750. 700, 750. I just want to make sure he's never flying out of the water. I'm not gonna do, yeah, like I said, I'm not gonna do splashes, but I at least need to follow that little bit of physics and stay in the confines of the room so it doesn't look ridiculous and like I didn't even plan it. I didn't kill him, did I? Oh, here he comes. I do think you can shoot enemies while they're all screaming. I don't remember how far bullets go. It's not really a big issue. I've kind of ignored it till now, but I think this is good. He's not going too far out of the water. Yeah, that's fine. I'm happy with that. Alright, and dead. Alright, the other thing I wanted to do, now that I've been reminded, is set this to be speed divided by 2, so he actually slows down when you kill him. Alright, so the thing to change here is here, go to, instead of 500, 700. Okay. Get rid of this. That, and I want this part. Actually, the whole thing is fine. Do this and that. Okay, fixed. This is all good. We can get rid of this now because that's unnecessary. And yeah, okay, we'll go with that for the angular movement. I think that's fine. So that's the anglerfish and the crab. I'm kind of cool with that. 2 more. One of them's pretty easy, the other one is another one that I'm not too sure about. I guess we do the eel first because he's the easiest. Use this crab. Create. No. Go. This eel was the whole reason I started doing this whole thing. Feature this. Right, so this guy, I think I gave him several sprites to work with. I don't remember what they are. So 1 is mouth open, 2 is halfway, and 3 is closed. And then the 4th one is death. So the idea is to just have the top part of this guy sticking out. You never even see the hole, you just see him from here up. And I need to make him big enough that he can reach the surface of the water. So, right down here. 0 is open. That's not a 0. Alright. It's fine. We want image index equals 0. Alright, so the important part here is where his y coordinate is. His y coordinate should be, I set his origin point to be like right in front of that hole. Right, yeah. I don't know how accurate I was. Let's look at it. You could see a little bit of it right here if it was right there. But I think that's just about right, so we'll keep it. So all I had to do is set his y to equal room height. So that'll put that part off the bottom. And I need to do image angle equals 90. Or actually choose, well no, 90 is fine. Right, it's just whether his y scale changes. So image y scale equals choose 1 or -1. There we go. And face one way or the other way. X is player X. Fine, this is all good. There's no speed on this. Well, that's right. We can't have it equal room height. Room height's the final destination. It needs to be like the opposite. Whatever gets them below the map. This is going to be kind of annoying, actually. I need to know how big he is to start with. Pretty big. He's not big enough. We have image angle in here. Rotation. 90. Right, so this is how he's going to face. And the idea is that he comes up, so his Y's got to actually be below the screen down here, and then he just goes under the player and then shoots up, does his little bite animation, and then goes back down and then finds the player again, shoots up. That's how it works until you kill him. But I want him to be really big, so like probably twice this size. I could also make them longer, but that looks silly. Yeah, that's an ill. That's just about right, too. I'm good with that. If he can't quite reach the surface, that's fine. That'll give the player somewhere they can hide safely, but actually it looks like if I put him here, he can make it all the way out of the water, so I'm cool with that. That should be where his origin point is, so as long as his origin point stops when he hits there. It either stops when he reaches the player. How do I even figure that out? Because I would rather him, like, if the player is here, he should come up to this point and then stop and bite. and then go down. If the player's over here, he comes up to there. If the player's all the way up near the surface, he comes up to here and goes back down again. Which to me seems like I want to make the origin the origin to actually be right where his mouth is, so that I can track point distance correctly. Otherwise, I'm always having to subtract this distance off of it. I'll just have to figure out how high you can go before... Oh, yeah, I can do that right here. Now that I think about it. That's how high you can go. Which is actually more than enough. So... his Y should never go higher than this value. Oh, but that's not correct because that's based off the wrong origin point. Let me fix that real quick. So I want to have his origin actually be on his mouth for tracking where he's actually going. So he should go up to, he's trying to put the player like right in here probably. Alright, and if that's true, now where is he? Way down here. Weird, he's not even drawing now. Right there. Alright, so this is what his new Y can never be higher than 190. 192. That's actually a minimum Y. Might as well just make that 190. Alright, so don't let his Y ever go past this point, basically. And it'll be fine. Anyway, if he's ever going this high, you'll never be so close to the bottom that you will see his hole. That you'll see his hole up here. Oh god, that's dirty. Alright, so now that we got that figured out, this is correct, room or Y. I need to know what his bottom Y should be then. Well, his bottom Y, now that this is what it's based off of, is actually just room height plus a little bit. If I want him off the screen, I need to be like, go to here. So here's his bottom Y, which is the same thing I had before. I'm gonna call this bottom Y, so it makes it less confusing. I'll call this top Y. Top Y, bottom Y. So he's got to return back to this value, and he can't go past this value. So let's start him where he's supposed to be, which is 33 minus 0. Yeah, I guess his speed does matter because he does move up and down based on it. And I want him to be slowed down if you shoot at him. Go ahead, set that back to 100. So what's his states? Really, it's just go up and go down, right? Yeah, instead of move, it's just up and down. And we'll do up. There we go, and we'll do down next. Draw event, this is all fine. This, I do want him to slow down, so that's good. I don't want him to get faster. I don't think I really change anything else with that. Oh, this part gets deleted. Alright. Honestly, this one probably won't be hard. So we want, there's no direction thing, it's just y minus equals speed. His speed probably has to be like way faster though. I really want him to like shoot up. I do feel like this is going to, if the player is not ready for it, they're just going to get hit, right? If I go too fast. I might want to do something to where like the first time it goes up at like half speed, so the player knows to dodge it. But then the next times it goes up, it's way faster. I don't know. I'll just do this for now. It'll be fine. We just want to know if y is great, no, is less than O player y, or y is less than or equal to, no, that's not an equal. What's the top one again? 190. Alright, so this is the condition for leaving this state. So really it's just going to go up and it's going to try and get to the player's Y. And once it reaches that, or it reaches the top of the screen. Yeah, so I guess technically you could be at the top, and once he starts going up, you get down enough to see his bottom. I don't know. Alright, it goes up. It's probably gonna... I didn't even plan this whole thing out. How do I even animate it closing its mouth without doing an actual animation? I think I just say, So closed is 2, right? Closed is 2, yeah. So he shoots up, mouth open. Once he gets to where he's going, his mouth just slams shut. And then I think he's gonna sit there for a second before going back down. So I need to do something with that. Nothing else here is changing. So I just need to like, I guess I'll set it on an alarm. Oh no, but if I do an alarm, it'll constantly play. I need like a standby state if I'm gonna do an alarm. Yeah, I need to pull him out of this state too, because if he stays in the up state and the player like moves, it'll reset this. So yeah, I think I need a standby state. Alright, so we'll do state equals state equals standby, and then I guess we'll set up an alarm here because this only triggers once. And how long he stays there is probably just a second. What's the error? What did I do? What did I screw up? Oh, I forgot this part. There we go. I know, I'll have him open his mouth, or go to the second part of opening his mouth when he goes back down. So yeah, he's just gonna stay here. And the standby is just to keep him from playing anything else until this alarm goes off. It gives you lots of time to shoot at him. State equals count. Image index equals 1. Oh, so I gotta make sure if dead, and turn the alarm off. Do it now while I'm thinking about it. There we go. That'll disable the alarm so it doesn't accidentally trigger if you happen to die at a point where it was actually on, which is likely. Alright, so he's in the standby. Once the alarm goes off, his image index changes back to kind of a middle mouth. He goes down. So we gotta program that. Pretty simple now. It's just case down, break, and then y plus equals speed greater than or equal to. We're going back down to this. And double click that. It's greater than or equal to that. Equals up. Image index equals 0. Image x scale or y scale equals, let's see here, this. Okay, perfect. Okay, so state goes back to up, image index sets back to open mouth, and we change to a random spacing just to make it a little more interesting. He goes up, he goes down. All we need here is when he dies, we want y minus equals speed divided by 2. Oh, and image index equal, well, don't do that. Do it here. 4. Not 4. 3. That would be his death state. But you're not even going to see it because he's going to be orange. I gotta do something to like... fuck it. Alright, these explosions, I would love to be along the length of his body instead. But really, it's just why... 0 to... let's do like 1,000. At least that'll be most of the length of his body, and I think this is just too big. 200 to 200 probably fine. Alright. Is that it? Am I good? I think that's good. The only thing I didn't do is I didn't reset his X, which I need to do when he hits the ground. Alright, yeah, instead of going straight to up, he needs to really feel like this should be at the end of the statement. I don't think it'll matter, but just something that I should do. So I want to say X equals O player X. There we go. Now I'll go to where the player was, and then it'll go up. Alright, let's test that. But before that, gotta get rid of this. Okay. We need to put that in here. 2 and 2. Let's go to here. 2 and 2. There we go. Play. Hope I got rid of everything else. I did. Just the L. I bought the Jaws movie. I'm gonna watch it before I do cutscenes. See if I get some inspiration from the movie. Plus, it's just a good movie to have. Great movie. Where's this ill at? Is he moving really slow? Is it broken? Spooky because he's supposed to come from the floor, and something has gone wrong. What went wrong? Start with, he is in the room. His x equals my x. His y equals the lowest it could be, which is fine. Y scale is 2 or -2. Scale is 2. If anything, setting his speed back to 0 that I forgot about. Alright. So he starts in up, right? Now, starts in up. Y minus equals speed if y is greater than, there's the mistake. Less than is up. Or y is less than or equal to 190. So the problem was he was higher, he went to standby, and then he just kept going down. So that should fix that. If y is greater than or equal to this, that's correct. Alright, let's try it again. And I was getting kind of salty in the beginning of this. Those little minor errors really bug me. He should be coming up to me. There he is. Oh, he's really slow right now. I can shoot at him as he goes back down. He's just got to be a lot faster than this. But he should just like shift right over to me. Yeah, and come on up. And he won't stop coming up till he actually gets to me. I think I need to set like he's going to the point where I was at, so you can't drag him up like this. I think if you happen to be standing here, he should come to this point and then stop. I don't want you to be able to move and then continue to drag him up. I want him to basically snap where he used to be. Like that. Alright. Let's do that. Then we can boost his speed by like a lot more than this. Let's double it. So we need a thing to figure out the Y target. So Y tar equals O player Y. Copy that. Step event. Instead of going to there, I'm going to the Y target. Minus all that stuff. And then we got to set up the Y target part of this. Reset the Y target. Alright, try that. I think that'll be better. I might want him to go even faster than that. Oh yeah, that's plenty of time to dodge it. Yeah, it's better. But if you're just standing here and you move, he's going to take whatever you were at. And meanwhile, while you're fighting him, there's still the shark that's going to be moving around chasing you. I do think maybe I should do the Y target based on, like, not when he's on the very bottom, but it should be kind of based on when he gets close is when he decides the Y target. I think that would be better. Because if you just happen to be moving around, you know, doing whatever, fighting the shark, he's going to go to the place where you were and it's not even going to be close. I think I want it to be at least a little close, so I need to update it a little later. To do that, I need to assign this at a different spot. So we do, as part of the up, I don't know, I'd have to update it while it's going up. That's the whole point, right? Well, how does he know what to go up to? Oh, that's because I've already kind of given him an idea of where up is, which was here. Keep that in there. So we have a Y target. We just need to update the Y target as he gets closer to the player. So I could do something like if distance to object is, we want less than. Off. I don't actually, this isn't gonna work. Because it's just going to constantly update if I do it this way. Okay, let me think about it. It's well, let me think about it. Let me think out loud. All right, so we're moving towards the player. We have a Y coordinate that we set when we started coming up. And then what we want to do is once we get on screen with the player, we set the Y coordinate again and then don't touch it again. So it only happens when it comes on screen, or when it's like within a certain distance, it happens, but then it doesn't change anymore. So it's only the one time will it update when it gets close. So I'm wondering, is this even necessary? I should just make a move faster. And maybe I don't even need to bother with this. I can't, it's not an obvious way to set it up to. And I think if he just moved faster, it would kind of alleviate that option. I think 20 is going to be way too fast, but I want to try it out. We need at least enough time to dodge it if we don't know it's coming. If you just happen to be standing here, oh yeah, you can't dodge that. Oh wow, he's going fast too. I can make him go down slower. I mean, it's fine if you know he's coming. It's just that first one, you don't know he's coming. you don't know to get out of the way. It's hard to react to that, right? Yeah, I actually think the speed is fine. It's just that first time is too harsh. So what I could do is do up first or first up. All right, and then we just we copy this, copy this. Shit. What did I do? First up. So it starts first up, which is divided by 2. Alright, this is your warning that he's there. Everything else is the same. And then, because it just goes back to up, yeah, it'll continue doing this one. So this is your warning one, half speed, but after that you're dealing with them full speed, so better be ready for it. Let's see how that feels. So the first one, we should have enough time to react to it to be like, oop. Oh wow. Oh, that's right, he's moving slow because we're shooting him. And the next one, you know that it's coming, so the player's probably going to be moving because they know something's coming up from below. And once they're down here, this fight's even more interesting. He just keeps shooting up at you. I like this. This is cool. This was, yeah, like I said, this was my first idea of what to do with this guy. Oh, he went the wrong direction. That's a problem. But everything else there was great. Just make sure when I kill him, he goes plus. Divided by 2. Actually, divided by like 5 now that he moves so fast. Might even do like x plus equals. Does he have a direction? No. He has an image X scale, which will be 2. Yeah, that way it goes either -2 or +2. Will that look good? Curious. Warning. This isn't really the proper mode for epileptics. I really don't like flashing effects usually, but it's really good for like hit effects, especially if it's only like a frame. Usually enemies aren't big enough that it's like jarring. In this case, he just happens to be a really big enemy, so it's almost like a screen flash effect. There we go. Yeah, I think it looks good if he moves to the side a little. It's kind of like he's falling over in a way. Alright, cool. I'm good with this guy. Set this to 10. Or why not? Anglerfish, what's he at? Is he at 10? He's at 100. Set him to 10. I just want these guys at 10 so that when I test the boss, I don't have to fight them over and over again with max health. Alright, one more, and then we can get on to the alien boss, which I probably won't even do on this stream. Yeah, whatever, I'll just copy paste over. So this is final shark. Right, creature boss, this one. How big is this guy? That's a pretty big shark. I think that's about right. First, let's make sure there's nothing else open. Then we'll open Doesn't really matter. We'll open this guy. Alright. I'm not too sure on what the shark does. My idea was that the shark I think he's gonna move. He's gonna like pause for a second and then chase after the player very fast, like faster than the player can move. Is what I want to do. So kind of like what I just did with the eel there. I might give you like one half-speed chase so that you know to run from it after it stops. After the pause, you know it's gonna chase after you. But after that, if you don't like predict it, you're not going to be able to outrun it. That's the idea. I don't know if that's too harsh, but if I just did a normal chase, it would be boring. So I want something that can actually outrun you, right? It needs to be just a little bit faster than the player can move, so that it's actually really spooky that this thing's chasing after you, and then it pauses when it's just about to catch up to you, as long as you've played the distance correctly. But if I do that on the first one without giving you a warning that it's coming, it's a cheap hit. So I gotta make sure there's like a warning stage as well. Alright, so how fast can the player move? It's been so long since I've done that, I have no idea actually. What's his speed? His speed max is 10 plus global upgrade. Okay. So it's either 11, 12, or 13. I guess 11 would be, I don't know, if I wanted to be faster. Kind of like the idea if you're at 13 at this point in the fight, you can actually like keep pace with it, but anything less than that, it's gonna gain on you. But maybe not, maybe I go at like 15 or something. I'm gonna start off with 15, I think. Like it's 15 compared to the submarine's 13, so it should still be faster than you. I don't know if it has a timer. Actually, I've had this timer variable just looking at it. Oh yeah, I've been using it in the kill thing. Honestly, I really should have just duplicated this anyway, but whatever. It's a good chance to go through everything and make sure I'm using, because I've done so much copying and pasting. I'm sure a few things might have snuck through. There's definitely a lot of this that I'll need, but I'm not gonna mess with that just yet. Get all this other stuff in. So luckily a lot of this is just copy pasted. Though I think this guy actually has a shadow. Copy paste this one. I haven't even looked at any of these guys' shadows they cast. I don't even know if it looks good. I might get rid of that. In fact, could I test that real quick? I can test that with the salmon. Salmon actually chases you. I pressed the wrong button. There we go. Get rid of this guy. Let's just see what this guy's shadow looks like. I've been putting it in the code without actually looking at it because I just kind of trusted it would work, but it's a very dark background, so it might just be a waste to even do like ground shadows. Because it's like black on black mostly. Probably not even necessary, and it would be a little bit better performance. Drawing is one of the worst things you can do. It's one of the high level frame rate intensive things you can do, I mean. Alright, so I can see my shadow. It's kind of, because it's like a lighter gray. So it's not bad for the sub or the player, and this anchor won't even be in the game. You should see the anchor shadow right there. Where's the salmon at? There he is. Yeah, I guess his shadow looks pretty good. Right? A little weird when he covers it, but whatever. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm fine with shadows. I don't think it's 100% necessary, but yeah, whatever. Might as well have it in there. Alright, so there's that. That's all good. Now we need a collision with player bullet. This will be a bit different. Does the shark get faster? I think you can definitely not slow it down as much, so I need to pull that bit of code. I don't think it gets faster. It's already fast enough. I might lower the time between its charges, or make its pauses be less. That might be one thing I can do. I don't think the image speed needs to get faster as you shoot it. That's all good. Draw, create, go to step, okay. Step, this part doesn't really change. Alright, case dead. That's probably fine. This is fine. Timer, that's all good. The hitbox is probably fine, though we probably want more on the X. Maybe keep this a bit tighter. Alright, warning. I plan on doing this till like, I don't know, I've been working till like 3:30 in the morning. Try and go to bed there, but I usually like lay in bed till 5 a.m. or something stupid. It's amazing I don't get more tired. So I've had like a couple of nights where I get home and I just want to take a nap immediately, but I can hardly ever sleep. But I'm getting like 7 hours of sleep if I go to bed at 5 a.m. So I usually wake up a little early too. And my sleep schedule's just been crap. I just can't stick to a routine. If I don't do the like constantly shifting sleep schedule, I just always want to stay up later and sleep later. But I'm probably going to do this for a while longer. We'll make this a long stream. I'd love to get this done and get the alien done so we can move on to cutscenes. So I'm going to power through. But with that in mind, I'm going to get a drink and I'm probably going to stop talking as much because my throat already hurts. So the stream might just get really quiet from here. I'm gonna eat a banana real quick. But don't eat these bananas, they'll go bad. Alright, puppy. You wanna play with me real quick? We're taking a break. Banana break. There's always time for a banana. You do not need a banana. I don't even think dogs can eat banana. I think that's one of the no-no foods. I don't know. That's an interesting one. I don't like green onions, chocolate. And I got nowhere to set my banana while I type this. Hey look, if you type in food's not to feed a dog is the first thing that pops up. So don't give dogs onions, garlic, and chives. Don't give them chocolate, macadamia nuts, corn on the cob. Why'd you give a dog a corn on the cob? Don't give them avocado, artificial sweeteners, like what's in this. Don't give them alcohol, of course. Though, I live in the South, and I have seen drunk dogs before. I don't condone it. But it definitely happens. Don't give them cooked bones. No grapes, no raisins. That's a weird one. I wouldn't think grapes. Both grapes and raisins can cause severe liver damage and kidney failure in a dog. No, it didn't say anything about bananas. I'm not gonna give the dog a banana anyway, but honestly, the most surprising one there is grapes. I didn't know that. That's interesting. Well, I knew most of those though. Like I knew onions, green onions, chocolate, alcohol. I don't eat avocado, so I've never even considered that. He's fed pretty well. Though I have been using cheaper dog food lately. Because we're broke. I get her canned food every now and then. Pretty much give her canned food anytime I cook something. Which is, you know, a couple times a week. Handful of times a week, so I don't know. I don't cook too often now. I don't give her table scraps too often. I might give her like a little bit of hamburger patty now and then. Aww. I love this dog, by the way. I know I've said it before, but this is literally the best dog I've ever had, or known. I don't know what happened. This is a really good one. He's so like cuddly. Doesn't leave me. Doesn't leave my side. Didn't really have to train her at all. He played fetch naturally. I didn't have to like. I didn't give this dog any training. My last dog I trained a lot of different tricks, but this one I didn't really feel like it. So we didn't do any like fancy stuff. But she learned, she does some of them just naturally. Fetch, she stands. Never taught her to shake. I might teach her to shake one day. The shaking's kind of a goofy gimmick anyway. I'm just happy if they don't run off, right? That's the most important one. You need to be able to control them so they don't flee. He does pretty well with that, though. If I get her out of the house and she thinks that we're going somewhere, she will hide under the truck. It's pretty hard to get her to, you know, give up on the idea of leaving. Alright, what are we working on? This. Alright, I need to stop speaking. I wonder if I should just do a muted stream from here on out. I like talking up to the stream. I've just gotten used to it. That's kind of the problem though. Every time I've been streaming, my voice starts going out by like 3 hours in. I think I will. I'm gonna do a muted stream. I'm just gonna mute for the next like, I don't know, 3 hours, however long I'm gonna be streaming. I'm probably not gonna talk much. I might unmute to like say something, or if somebody comes in chat, of course. But I think the rest of this stream is just gonna be music and watching me constantly test the game and do all this code. Yeah, so I'm gonna do that. And that means I can take these headphones off, which start to hurt my ears anyway. That is a little bit more than I was expecting. He's just so big and long, right? He's just so girthy. It's, I don't know, it's too hard. It's so easy to get like trapped against the ceiling or the floor or a wall. I don't know if I slow him down or should I do something else. Oh. Wait, you can hear that desktop audio. Oops, sorry. There we go. Okay, I see what I did wrong. I turned the wrong audio off. There's the music. Okay, right. What I was saying was, it's too hard. He's very big, moves very fast. His style of movement is a little too much. And I don't know what to change. I don't know, like, yeah, I could lower his speed, but then that takes away, like, any danger. I feel like he just needs to be smaller. That might help. But maybe the whole movement thing that I've got going on isn't the best. I like how he comes in, but I have to kind of like, when he comes in, I got this number 590. That's like half his sprite width, and I don't know why sprite width wasn't working before. There's something weird with sprite width that where it's, I don't know, maybe depending on what your image X scale is, it changes it or something. I'm not quite sure. I need to figure that out. But yeah, he basically will move to this and then stop moving. I made it to where he comes to a complete stop, kind of like at a slow, so he'll float a bit. But yeah, it's got to be 590 because that's just outside of his hitbox. So like he's got a big difference between being above and below him or being in front or behind of him. So this will, even if he comes like straight on you with his nose, he should still stop before he can actually hit you and hurt you, as long as you're not running into him. So that'll like give you the warning how fast he moves, and then from then on he just does the move towards the player, and then I use this alarm to keep switching between pausing and moving, which I keep increasing to make it feel a little better. But I just feel like it's very difficult as is because of how large he is. I could shrink him down. I don't know, maybe the answer really is just cut his size in half, and then it'll probably be a lot better. If I cut his size in half, then this would be 250. 250 plus 45, so 295. Oh, okay. Let's try it half size. Anything else with image X scale? This times 0.5. The only thing. We go to create. We say image X scale equals 0.5. Image Y scale equal, golly, I'm off correct. 0.5. Okay, that's half size. I also did something where if you're shooting at him, the alarm to change what he's doing. So if he's paused and you're shooting at him, he's going to get out of the pause faster. And if he's moving, you'll actually cause him to pause sooner. So that's kind of a nifty thing, but I don't know if it's actually like a big enough difference you'd even notice it. Alright, let's test that. See what it feels like when he's not so big. There he is. He moves forward. Yeah, that's kind of scary where he stops. You shoot at him. Eventually, once you get to enough health, you stop slowing him that much. Yeah, there we go. Oh, and then he hits you because he's so fast. Yeah, he's still the same speed as the sub itself, so if you're anything but the sub, you won't be able to keep up with him. The big problem, yeah, is that like once you get under him, you can't get to the other side of him. Right? Yeah, that's the problem. You can't get to the other side of him if he's faster than you. You kind of have to run straight down, which is going to be bad if you're fighting the hill. I really just got to slow him down. There's no getting around that. Like, you have to at least be able to get to the other side of him so you don't get pinched like that. But I think that's just the big issue. I actually like the size of him right here. So, it's kind of fine when he doesn't have to be that big. But, yeah, I just need to... He's just too fast. We gotta cut this down a lot, like to 10. If it's at 10, it's still gonna be hard when you only move at 11. So I'll probably have to go lower, but let's just do 10. I think 10 might give you just enough to be able to get away from him without it pinching you in an area. So he moves up, he pauses. It's like, yeah, that's kind of right. I don't know. I think being able to outpace him like this is kind of bad, but it at least lets you get around him, which is important. Maybe I do something to where if you're under him, his speed lowers, but if you're beside him, his speed raises. That might be the solution. So if it's a chase like this, he's gonna like catch up with you, but as long as you go underneath him, his speed will slow down. I like that idea. Let's try and implement that. So if we want a speed in a chase to be, let's say 13. 13 was pretty good. So we just want to lower his speed max based on where you're at. So we want to say, oh man, how do I do this? It's going to be something like if y is less than a certain range or greater than a certain range, his max speed equals something else. Okay, so if y is less than, I gotta do like y minus his y. Yeah, no, I want to know what the player's y compared to his y. Oh golly. No, I can kind of think of how to do this. It's something like, I want to know if the difference between his y and your y, is there an easier way to do differences? There's angle difference. What's the easiest way to do a difference? If the difference between Did I do point distance for this? Like, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, if I don't use if I ignore the x value, and I just use the y's, so the difference between that and the player's y, right? Because that's what we're looking for. But we're still using Rx. We just want to know if the O player's y is greater than, you know, how big is he? How tall is he? He is 419. If I cut him in half, then he's like 210. Let's say 200. Let's start with 200. If it's greater than 200, speed max equals 10 was working before, so yeah, we'll do 10. Else speed max equals 13. Alright, let's try that. So he'll slow down if you get too far above or below him, but he'll speed up if you're beside him. I think that might look better, or might feel better. That's an interesting way to do point distance. I haven't really thought of using it that way, but I think it'll work. So his speed, yeah, there we go. He gets real fast in a sprint, but below you can actually get around him. I like that idea. That's a good, like, alternative. So as long as you move in a diagonal, he'll slow down and you can actually outpace him. But if you try and run side to side, and in fact, I'm thinking I'll make him even faster. Oh man, but then again, he's really close. If you're anywhere near that range, he can kind of get you. He can pinch you against the ceiling too still. You've really got to get outside of that 200 if you want to get around him. Yeah, right there is... Ooh, that's close. If I wasn't this upgrade, this would be even harder, right? Let's go ahead and downgrade a bit. So now my speed is only 11. But it's fine like this because he's at 10. But the second he gets to that, I might not even be able to outrun him. Yeah, it's a bit harsh. Maybe it needs to be based on the player's speed. That might fix it. So that he always can keep pace with the player. I like that idea. I just need to figure out what the player speed is. Which would be, I think it's H speed? Where the hell's the player? Player, these are sprites. What value do I want for the player? Yeah, it's just H speed max. Okay, let's do that then. So instead of 13, it equals H speed O player H speed max. There we go. Now he's got an adjustable level of speed. I think that'll make it a little more fair. Because by this point in the fight, the chances that you'll have all your upgrades is actually pretty low, especially for like a person who's first time fighting this boss. So, oh, wow, yeah, he's fast. Alright, so if I lose it, I lose the next one. Oh, don't kill me though. There we go. So you should have slowed down to 11 now. Yeah, okay, that's a lot better. It's still pretty dangerous. You can get pinched. But at least now you can kind of outpace him. This part will be hard to do if you've got this upgrade. Alright, let's try and kill him. I haven't actually killed him yet. If I can't kill him in this form... I mean, he does a lot of pauses, which makes it easy. As long as you run while he's moving, and then shoot him. Oh, when he's paused. Oh, wow, that got close. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it now. I like this, actually. I think this works pretty well. And I'm done. Alright, no, I'm going to do this. First, I'm going to use this thing, though, because it's a lot better. God, I might just, be able to kill it. No, okay. There's one upgrade. And keep in mind, there's no way to get your upgrades back when you're in a fight. You're just kind of like stuck with the loss. The worst place to be is, yeah, pinched in the surface. But keep in mind, this whole fight, you'll be facing the ill will be jumping up at you. You've got to fight them both at the same time. So, it's hard enough like this. It'll be even worse later. There he goes. Oh man. I don't know if I like the way he died. He just shot off. Oh, I kind of want you to be able to kite him. He's not like the final boss. He's just a summon of the final boss. So he shouldn't be actually killing you, but he should still pose a threat. If that makes sense. Right. The way he shot off wasn't good. That was speed. I think he shot off in the wrong direction. I think I just get rid of this part and that will fix that. He just goes down. Oh, I gotta make sure I set speed to 0 when he dies. That's something I don't have. Right. I think that'll be good. I'm trying to think, is there anything else I wanted to mess with? I don't think so. Let's try and fight them both at the same time now, see if it's just too difficult or what. So we want the eel in this scene. Oh yeah, I never set up where he starts. That's kind of important. I think I want him to actually start in sort of a different location. I want him to be x equals room width divided by 2, y. I want him to start below the center of the screen. Y equals, that way he comes up from below in most cases. So y equals room height plus, I don't know, 300. That should be good. I'll start him off the screen. So he'll come in, he gives you a little warning so he doesn't actually run into the player. So they know that, oh, there's a shark chasing me. And then after that, the chase is actually on. And then the eel does kind of the same thing. It should be good. Alright, so the eel should come up and the shark should come up at the same time. Of course, you probably wouldn't be here during this point. I feel like the eel is going to make this very difficult. Because the eel cuts off, like, escape paths too. And you kind of have to deal with the shark before you can deal with the eel. Oh, golly! Yeah, you can't really stand still for too long. The eel's going to get you. Okay. Alright, I got this. Just gotta remember to keep moving. I like the eel. The eel's like actually scary. Stand still for too long. Oh, see, I got hit there. That's the part I don't like, when you get pinched against the surface. Oh, I have no idea where the eel is. God, so I don't know. It might be too tough. I need to slow him down a little, I think. It's just a bit too intense. Oh, there he is. Okay. Move the mouse. I think if I don't slow him down enough, this part's just going to be frustrating. Ooh, yeah, it's just a bit much. Especially when your bullets don't affect them anymore. Oh my goodness. Oh, the eel's coming. Okay, he's dead. I think he shoots down way too fast though. I need to make that like much less. Now we can deal with the eel. All the while, the main boss would just be back here waiting for us to finish this fight off. And he'd make his appearance here. Alright. Okay, a few notes. One is he just like he falls way too fast. That's because he goes at speed. Yeah, I don't want that. I want it to be more like just plus plus. Probably fine. And then I think it's still a little too fast. So let's do 9. I think I keep this the same. I just give you a little bit more if you're... Yeah, well, actually what I do is if I just lower this number a bit, so it'll have to be a little bit more out as well. That'll give you an extra 50 pixels, just to keep you from getting pinched in the top or the bottom, or pinched in a corner, basically. And I think that should be good. I'm gonna set his health to 10. Alright, that's all of them. Now we can finally do the alien. Oh my god. Ugh. Alright. I've been thinking about this. I think the easiest way to do this is if I set this alien up to like work in phases or something, right? So like, where's my to-do? If I set this up to be like, you know, phase 1 is that, phase 2 is that part, right? And I just keep increasing this phase variable +1 every time it goes through it. Then I can kind of like, I can use the same code for most of these actions, and then I decide what they do based on what phase he's in. So like, I know when a spawn comes out, like these guys, that he goes into a background state, right? That's going to be the same for every one of them. I know when he does a discharge, that's always going to be similar. It's just what he does during the discharge changes, and that'll be based on what phase he's in. And then, yeah, same with movement. The movement's all pretty much the same state. It's just a different kind of action based on the phase. So I think that would be the best way to go about this. I'll just figure it out real quick. It would be a lot better if I did this. Just figure this will help me keep track of it instead of writing comments, and then I can erase this later. Of course, death isn't really a phase, it's a way of life, or not so much. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. In fact, I could probably do it like all of this is just phase 1. Maybe I'll do that, because then I'd have smaller numbers. If I did it like this, because this is technically like phase 1 movement, phase 1 discharge, right? Phase 1 summon. And then it goes on to phase 2 of those 3 things. I think that's true. I don't really have to do like I was thinking, because it's unnecessary. Unnecessary is bad. Oh wow, thanks for the subscription. I have sound turned off right now, so I didn't catch it, but appreciate it. Yeah, making a Jaws clone for the NES, if you've ever seen it. Yeah, I don't know. I can show it real quick, but let's see. First thing I need is this. Go over here, go to an actual room, and then if I go hit play, put my headphones back on. Right. This is the game. It's a, yeah, sort of like, I don't know if you've ever played Jaws for the NES, but there's these different phases. You've got this overworld map kind of thing, and I've got this fully functioning overworld map with like a day-night cycle, little actions that go on. And you go around looking for different areas. You go into the stages to find items and stuff, and then there's this little alien. It's night right now, so it's gonna be hard to see, but there's this alien that shows up, which is kind of my Jaws. He can pull you into levels basically, and then if he pulls you into a level, he'll be in that level with you. That's kind of how it works, and it's really just like, it's an interesting like style of game that I couldn't think of any games that are similar to this. Why I kind of wanted to make my own version of it. Of course, like an updated version. I don't know. Oh, I know. I didn't turn the alien on. That's why he's not showing up. But yeah, I don't know. It's been fun creating. Oh look, it's Coleo Wing. That's like a 1 in 200% chance. That's amazing that happened. Unless I forgot to turn it back off and like automatic spawn. Yeah, this is my avatar, which is on the screen, but it's also like a reference to SimCity, which is my map's kind of based on that. So he's just supposed to walk around and like cause little fires and roar. I don't have any sound effects yet though. But yeah, it's just got like this nice little map. And then you go into different stages. Right now I've got the maximum upgrade, but you'd start off as like a little snorkel guy, kill enemies. You collect these little meteorite fragments, which is kind of like the currency in the game. And ooh, that was close. You use that to get your different upgrades, and eventually you're looking for like certain items in different stages. So that's kind of like the progression. These turtles are great. They drop lots of stuff. The crabs like pick up items they find on the ground and carry it for you. And you've only got until the anchor hits the top of the ship to stay in a stage and you get kicked out. So it's kind of like on a time limit. It's sort of like a JRPG, you get dragged into a battle sort of thing. I think the alien will be active now because I got out of a stage. Where is he? Oh, maybe he's not active. Oh well. Yeah, it's just like different types of levels, depending on how deep in the water you go. Lots of different types of enemies. Thanks. And I'm getting pretty close. I've got like the final boss, and we got to do cutscenes and like UI stuff, some artwork for that. And I plan on keeping that stuff pretty simple. Okay, this is obviously not set up right because there's no way it spawned twice in a row like that. Yeah, it's just like cutscenes, UI stuff, which should be very simple. I'm going with like a very NES style of cutscene where it's like just a little card that's moving around or something, right? And I want it to be real campy, like an old NES game that's badly translated. And then, what? There's sound effects, music, and I'm pretty much like, I don't know, it's just optimization stuff at that point. But we got most of it done. With these little fish. These eels are kind of a pain in the ass. Ooh, to blow them up. This is leveled, it's like, got these walls that randomly spawn with random eels in them. And I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put like an item you have to collect, and you have to collect like 3 of them. And there'll probably be like little chests or crates in the bottom of the screen that you have to break open and try and get 3 of them. Just so that you have to come back to these shallows a couple times. Because I drew so many different types of shallows, it'd be a shame if you only had to come here once and you didn't get to see them all, so might as well have the player go to the shallows a couple times. Got this big shipwreck. Just got like a little interior and unique mechanic around that. Though I think I need to turn, for this level, I might turn the lights off. Or I'll turn them on, basically. Because I don't like how it gets rid of my background in this stage, which the background I actually really like. And it kind of makes it plain. So now that I'm looking at it, I really should remove the light render from that stage. Alright, let's see. A few things are broken. Which is, oh, let's see, it's a stage spawner, world map. So, where you at, Colio? There you are. Right, if global time is greater than this, and it's less than this, and iRandom 100 equals 100. Shouldn't this be an extremely rare event, right? Like, this is one of my rarest events. I mean, technically that's a 1 in 100% chance, right? Or 1% chance is a better way to say that. It's technically a 1% chance, but it can only occur during this, like, time period, which is just before the, it gets dark in my game. That's how Colio Wing's supposed to spawn. But why was it... I've got the randomized variable on, so it shouldn't be that, right? Yeah, I got randomized here. What are the odds that I just had him spawn twice in a row like that? Let me try it again. Because either something's broken or... I don't know, that's nuts. He's not... Oh, there he is, okay. Oh, I think I know what it is. I just left him on the map. That's what it is. Yeah, there he is. That's why he keeps spawning. Delete. Alright, problem solved. I thought that was weird. Yeah, he's supposed to have a very rare chance of spawning. That was... I wanted to keep that secret, but oh well. It happened. Alright, so the other thing was I want to move the light render from the shipwreck. So let's go to shipwreck spawner. What's light render in this? I was just using a normal light render. I think I'd just get rid of that. Let's see what it looks like without it. Because I don't think I want it. Yeah, it was supposed to be a secret in the game. I just kind of spoiled it. I have a couple secrets that I added between my last stream and this one. I was hoping to keep private, just so there's a little mystery, but oh well, it's fine. You probably would have seen it in the code anyway. Right, so yeah, I think this looks a lot better with the... I don't know, I want it to get kind of dark. Maybe I just I make its own personal light render that's got like a 50%. So at least you can still see the background. I think that's what I did. Because now it's like too bright. And there's no flashlight, which helps see. Yeah, okay. We're gonna make like a new light render specifically for this area. Yeah, what I was thinking. Which, that means making a new object, but that's not really a big issue. I did it for the oil platform. Might as well do it here. And the good thing about that is I can make it less frame rate intensive. Whoa, caps. Because this dynamic lighting system can be pretty framey. Alright, what do we remove? Alien. Will Alien ever show up here? I think he can show up here. That's one I wasn't too sure about. Not this one. This one. Actually, it's not even in here, is it? No, it's part of the player's object. Okay, it's not the player, it's the ship. Right. If you collide with the alien... Yeah, I even had him going into the oil rig. I don't even know if I have that set up. Oh no, I got the alien in here too. Okay. Never mind. But yeah, you can definitely get the alien on the shipwreck. So we need him in there. Spark. We can get rid of jellyfish, octopus, salmon, stingray. We need shark because they're in there. Do that. As it gets nighttime, the darkness gets more pronounced. I have... Let's see. Well, I can look at like Oh no, what am I doing? I'm in a light render object. So yeah, at the top here, I've got this night box, which is basically like a night alpha that gets overlaid on top of the screen, and it just gets increased based on this number. So as this number goes up and it gets darker in the world map, it gets darker in the stages. So usually, like if you're in the shallow areas, they're bright because it doesn't get deep enough. But if it's nighttime, they'll actually get a little bit of darkness on them. Not too bad. The shallows are supposed to be less oppressive. Alright. Get rid of this. So we got loot, bullet, enemy explosion, all that's good. All I have to do here is set this to be a number between 0 and 0.6. Yeah, you only really get to see the one because I put the time to start right before it starts getting dark, but this is like what it's normally like during the day. So it's just, oh, you can't see right now. Oops. There we go. This is what it's normally like during the day. It's just nice and bright. But yeah, as the screen starts to get darker, as this time counts up, this is my global time counter. Screen starts getting darker and then the lights come on, you can see it's getting a little bit darker. It's not so much in this because it's based on like how close you are to the surface. But as this starts to get to around 800 is when it becomes full night. There we go. You can see it's darker and the lights actually come on a lot sooner. And the skybox changes. It's a night scene now. Alright, so this looks a little extra bright. Was 0.6 not good? No, because I never put it in the scene. Let's start with that. There we go. Now let's test it. Alright, that should be a little better. At least you can see the background now. So the lights don't turn on until you get real close to the bottom. Oop. I kind of want it to get darker a little faster, maybe? I don't know. It's kind of okay. It would be better if I was in another shape that hit. Because I think flashlight just looks better. And you'll be in one of these forms when you're in this stage anyway. You won't have the submarine by this point in the game, I don't think. I guess that's okay. I mean, it's kind of cool that it comes on right before you enter the ship. So maybe that's kind of great. And you can see the background. Though I didn't really think because of the wavy texture, now it really looks two-dimensional compared to the background. I guess it stands out more because when they don't move, this background texture is kind of like a wooden texture, so it's not as bad. But I don't know. Fuck it. I'm worrying about nothing. That's fine. We'll keep that. Alright. Was this thing all good then? We had the player stuff. 0.6 seems okay. I could just try and make it a little darker. Alien stuff, sparks, sharks, loot, bullets. Alright, get off of that. Go back to this. So, 222, 333, 4. phase 5. Oh man, I should have seen earlier today. I was making so many like stupid small mistakes that were driving me insane. Like I set the image alpha to be the image color, so yeah, instead of, I was like, why is the picture not showing up? And I going through all the code trying to figure it out, and it's something so simple. When I finally figured it out, I just hated myself. I've been making a lot of mistakes like that tonight. Alright, so we're doing alien stuff. Let's honestly, I haven't even shown the alien that I've gotten working. I'm gonna just do that real quick. But to do that, we need initialize. Alright, let's change some values here. So we've got world map. We want to turn the trigger back on. Tray. Close. I'm not learning from them. I'm getting worse. That's the problem. It would be great if I was getting better, but no. I'm getting better at like the optimization side of it and making the code more efficient. I'm getting worse at making small mistakes and not being able to find it. Alright, I think this is all good. I'm gonna lower the upgrade back down to 1, I think. Everything else looks good. Also gonna, just because this bugs me, put that below that. Beautiful. Alright, let's test the alien out. Right. So this is how he works. So there he is. He shows up, he stalks the player, follows us around. You can run him into the ground and it'll cause him to, and if you get away from him, he just disappears. But yeah, if you run him into the ground, he'll run into the ground and disappear. Though it kind of gets revealed by the, I gotta make sure I turn off the glow when I do that. That's another problem. At least I've identified it. And then if he touches you, he comes out and drags you into the stage. Then you have to play the stage with him in it. So this is first upgrade, which is just him following you at a small speed. And then if I, shit, he won't change. I actually have to leave the stage and do it again. I wanted to show the charging part, because that was the part that I worked on so much the last stream I did, and I finally got it fixed, and it actually looks really cool. But you have to be at a higher upgrade when you start the stage to actually get them to do the more advanced actions. Oh my god, I got Magaw! What? This is another super rare thing. What? Get out of this stage! Oh my god, that one's like 1 in 200. What are the odds? It's crazy. That might be a bug too. I'm giving away all the secrets. Is it gonna happen again? No, okay. That was a fluke or something. There we go. So yeah, he follows around and he does charges. And he faces you correctly. So that's all working great. If I can get him to go up towards the surface without killing me. I can fully upgrade now. And we can see what he does. Yeah, he like jumps out of the water and does a big splash. If you can get him to land on the screen, it looks even cooler when he comes in the water. He makes all these bubbles. Oh, crap, but it's really hard to force him to go out of the stage. I don't know, it just looks cool. The thing is, I need him to be close to the edge and then jump the other way. Wait, will that do it? Ah, he's gonna overshoot it again. It'll probably be easier to see that in the boss stage, which is a lot wider. Oh, I think I reset him. Because he jumped past. Oh, wait, no, there he goes. I'm really happy with how the alien's turning out. Looks really good. Well, it's hard to get him to land in the stage because he jumps so far. It is possible. So I take my word for it, it looks really good. I've also got all that nice splashing effects when he's close to the surface. Okay. I've showed that off now. It's a lot of like cheap effects to make it look good. I've tried to do simple code everywhere. Like I've got a very simple day-night cycle or dynamic light cycle thing. Like I watched tutorials on harder ones, but I went for like something that was easy to do, and this one's pretty simple. Just that it's like different light sources, a lighting surface, and then you create a lighting surface on the camera. All the X and Y coordinates are based on where the camera is. You'll have to change these numbers to global variables later for changing resolution, but that's not a big deal. Yeah, but I mean, outside of like the extra complexity of having a day-night cycle on top of it, it's actually pretty simple. It goes into the object and it draws it based on what it is. I don't know. It subtracts this like light off of it, which like this one subtracts a circle off of it, and then it adds a circle. And the big trick here was just figuring out that you need to add like an extra 0.1 to all the lights if you want them to actually look good. And that took me a little while to figure out, but that's my secret there. The water stuff is like a simple little box that just moves based on interaction with stuff. So it's not really, you know, water. It's just a line, like a box up there. And all the watery effects are just drawing the surfaces and making it look like it. Like it's not actual. There's no physics or anything. So yeah, I've done it all in like a lesser roundabout way, I guess. I don't know. An easier way? Kind of don't know what I'm talking about at this point. Alright, let's get this final boss figured out. So I think what I need to do, we'll make this simpler, is let's make a duplicate of that alien enemy. Let me call this final alien. We're going to use the same code, but it'll have different actions. So most of this is the same. This alien attack won't matter. State will equal spawn probably. All this is the same. Oh, and I gotta remember to fix the glow thing that I just talked about. Let me look at that real quick before I forget it. So the thing with the glow is I want to make sure if he teleports, the glow has to turn off. The glow is what makes him glow on the map. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. It's always nice to have a chatter. Yeah, I'm here. I'm always streaming. I'm on YouTube too if you ever want to check out older VODs and see. I've streamed the whole process, so you can check out everything there. See it from the very beginning. Alright, yeah, I need to turn this glow off when he collides with the ground. And I don't even know where that is. Where was the collide with the ground part? Look at this fucking code. Ah. World map land, this is it. Okay, I think I just set... What is this state equals land? I just set spread index to equal -1. Okay. That's kind of weird. Alright, I think I just add in here glow equals 0. That'll turn it off. Actually, not there. I want it to equal 0 at this point when he actually teleports. And I think he teleports at the end of this animation. So I gotta find it as well, right here. Right, that should fix that problem. That's one down. Another bug. We're killing, squashing bugs. Alright. This is all fine. This glow, he doesn't glow at all. I'm gonna cut that from the final battle because it's too frame intensive and it unnecessary. I wanna look at that again. I'm in the sprites. Let's see. We wanna look at lights, meteor lights. So I've cut the alien off, so we don't care about that. Get rid of that. Alright, anything that has to do with glow, cut it. Anything else? No. Alright, that's all of that. Instep, arm. We got this flip. Oh yeah, I made a flip variable because I was rotating him. Oh, it's based on... Oh, that's right. The flip is so that when he's looking at you, he's facing the correct direction. And I had a hell of a time figuring that out. Having him face you correctly. I'm glad I moved past that, because that was driving me crazy. That's probably a good thing I didn't stream that. Flash speed. All this is fine. I'm gonna end up doing something different with this probably. Okay, I think we're all good. There's no collision point with 4-wall in this stage, so we can get rid of that. Okay. I do need, like, this one's weird, it doesn't have a... Oh, it's because he never dies. In this case, he will die, though. So, if state not equal dead, then do this. I just screwed all this up, didn't I? Alright. Oh yeah, this needs to be 1 now. And it's not global alien HP anymore. Just normal HP, which he needs. I don't even know what his HP equals. Let's figure that out. He's gonna have a lot. So, honestly, I think his HP... How does this work? It's like... I think I want it to be 100 per phase. So, like phase 1, while he's moving left to right, you shoot him 100 times, and then he goes to the discharge, and then he summons. He summons after the discharge, so it doesn't matter. And then he's not going to come back to the summons are over. You can keep shooting him during the discharge to get like some extra from the next phase. But I got to make sure, I probably need to like make sure you can't take them below what it would take to get to phase 3, right? But you can like, yeah, if you're shooting them, you can shorten the next phase basically. So I might want to have like a little extra, I don't know. Let's say 100 per phase. So that's 100 for that one, 200, 300, 400, and then 500 for the last phase. And then 600 for the last discharge, I think. So I think we're going with the tentative 600 for now. And then we want below this phase equals 1. And I can even like increase the speed or something based on what phase he's in. I don't know. I mean, most of that's already in here too. I think I need to start like gutting code what I don't need, because there's a lot of like unnecessary stuff in here for this one, like the way he spawns maybe. Yeah. Let's say phase equals 0. State equals. I want the fight to start with you start in this big map, but I want you to actually have to like approach him before the fight actually begins. So I think I'll have him just like chilling out near the meteor is the idea. And then once you get close to him is when the battle actually begins. So you have a little bit of time to like take in the area before triggering the boss. So I'll probably do something on that. So that means this is all gutted. And I have to figure that out. So phase 0 is throw that in here. He's waiting for you to get close. Alright, I think I'm gonna start. I don't want to start in the end step. We definitely do. This is all true. This is all true. Alarm 0. State equals charge. Alien charge. Image X scale equals 1. I thought about making him actually bigger in this fight. Like he's grown since the first time you met him. Which is an idea, but I think it might break my code, which is why I'm afraid to do it. I don't know how much that would change if I made him larger. But I do kind of like the idea that he has like 3 different growth states, like in the very beginning of the game. He'll be little dude. Or, you know, like just a bit smaller. And then he's got like his standard throughout the game size is what he's been at. And then the final stage, he's just even bigger than that. So it's like he's getting stronger and stronger as you play. I do like that idea. It's not too hard to implement. Maybe we should actually look at that right now. Because if I wanted to make that a thing, start in here with initialize. So what we need to do is the stuff related to alien. So we're saying it starts at false, and it'll probably go to true once you reach a certain point in the game. So I need to say something like, I really should have just used a scale variable to make this easier, but let's see what I have to change to fix this. So I'll throw it up here, I guess. If global alien growth. Oh, I guess if not global alien growth. I'm thinking 0.75. I don't want them getting too small. gonna break a few things. So honestly, I should make a scale variable, shouldn't I? Yeah. It'll be easier to change things to scale equals 0.75. It also makes this part a lot easier. Okay, let's not cut everything trying to do this. Alright, so let's set this scale variable up. Oh yeah, if this doesn't trigger, well, I can say else. That'll work too. Scale equals 1. Kind of unnecessary, okay. So if not alien growth, just don't like the way this is set up. It equals 1. Otherwise it equals 0.75. That's just semantics, but it looks nicer. So if alien growth is true, it's normal scale, otherwise it's small scale. And now we got to find everything that has to do with changing the image scale. So Control F, scale. And then if I just do this, no, that's not gonna work. I just need to look at it. Let's do this. And I could. I can't actually zoom in on this screen. That's kind of silly. If I could even make it clear. Okay, so this is image X scale. No, it's sine of image X scale, so that doesn't matter. This one, image X scale equals direction times scale. Okay. I don't think any of this stuff is going to get broken by a scale being different. And we got this one. Times the scale. There is no death animation or loot drop here. Actually, there is. I think that's why I left it in here. There's one time where you like make the alien drop a tentacle, which is probably what I'll use this for. But I don't think there's any way to actually kill this alien in the code. In this part of it. Okay, that should all be good. Creation event. Flash, yeah, it's fine. Didn't actually bring up everything. That, and I'm just looking for an image X scale or image Y scale. Like this. Actually, I could just equal to scale. No, this is just setting it to a positive number. That is important. Image X scale equals that times scale. In fact, I should just copy this phrase. Just definitely a chance of screwing this up. Okay, this is time image X scale. So I don't want that, I want times sine image X scale. That'll fix that, even if it's 0.75. This is fine. And then direction times scale. I hope I didn't break anything. The problem is I made all these changes and now I gotta do it again. Here, actually I don't, because he's gonna be a totally different scale anyway, right from the beginning. I'm thinking either 1.5 or 1.25. Let's try 1.5 to start with. That was cool, I guess. Sub. Doesn't happen too often. Made my night. I've been generally happier lately. I mean, it makes sense. I'm working on the game, but I don't know. Since getting the part-time job, really just like improved my mood drastically, and it can be like a lot of factors. One, I took off the pressure of like not adulting correctly, because that's how I felt. And then the pressure of like having to do this as a job became more of a hobby again, but now it's kind of like, it feels more like, it's like main job, but it's not completely necessary because I got the backup, right? I don't know if that makes sense. But then again, the alternate thing with the part-time job is I interact with more people, which is probably healthy. A lot healthier. Even though I am definitely like a loner type person, I think it still helps. And then I get out, I think I'm losing weight. Hard to tell, but I'm pretty sure I am. I haven't really been measuring it, but I feel thinner. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that I go to a grocery store every day, so I can just get whatever kind of food I want at any point. Like, I've been eating a lot more healthier stuff, drinking a lot more water, because I don't really like drinking sweet drinks while I work. I like drinking water. I don't know. That's one weird thing with me, is I don't drink a lot of water when I'm here at home. I do sometimes, I have a glass, especially like before bed. I like drinking water so my eyes don't dry out, my mouth don't dry out. So I'll have like a glass of water before going to sleep. But usually I don't drink much water when I'm at home, but when I'm working, it's really the only thing I like to drink at work. That's got a lot to do with it. I don't know, I'm just saying, man, it's feeling a lot better. Kinda cool. I was talking earlier today how I've been doing this stream thing for like, I don't know if we're at 5 years or almost 6 years I've been doing this. Though I don't have it much on YouTube. I think I started putting them on YouTube like a year ago, 2 years ago. Now I want to know that, because that'll tell me when I started working on Gazard that last time. I feel bad about not working on Gazard. I'm really itching to go back to Gazard. But I'm fully into this game too. This game I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna get it onto Steam at least, or like a couple places. But I think Steam's the goal at least. I might put it in I'd definitely put it on other ones, because just more. You've got a game, you might as well put it on everything possible to get as much out of it as possible. But yeah, it'll be a great way to I don't know, get my feet wet in the whole process of releasing a game, right? Before Gazard comes along. That'd be cool. That's the goal. The goal is to put out Gravitas first, then go back to Gazard and finish it up. And I have much improved Gravitas has taught me a ton of new stuff, just because I've been touching on a lot of systems that I haven't even gotten close to in Gazard yet, because Gazard's just such a slow process of I did a little bit of coding, but every monster I go through is like months of work. You know, I don't know. Every stage of it is just months of work. Compared to this, is just like a couple days of work, and then you move on to the next thing. A couple days of time, right? As long as you're working on it. Because I've also had a burnout while making this game. Anyway, when did I start working on? When did I start uploading Gazzard streams? It was 1 year ago. So I've been streaming for 5 years, but I've only been uploading them to YouTube for 1 year. And that's probably, I don't know how, it looks like it's almost at 2 years actually. Because my last Gazzard devlog was probably just before I started streaming, I think. So it's probably closer to 2 years. So it's 3 years of streaming content that never even made it to YouTube. 3 years of working on Gazzard. And I really regret losing all those streams. I wasn't saving those VODs, so they're just deleted. That sucks. Like, I had everything from the start of Gazzard, basically. Like, I did a little bit of Gazzard work, which I uploaded to YouTube, which that's still there. But everything, all the like early stuff from Gazzard, I've had very little footage of that actually survived. It was only the clips, and I've saved those clips, so I can't lose them now. And I put them in video, so at least we're not losing that footage. But a lot of it is gone. It's kind of disappointing. Because a lot of it was just all my first monsters too. That was what most of my streaming was, drawing monsters. Alright, I've been distracted. Let's see here. So we've got the image X skull and Y skull here. Let's go through and find image X scale. Actually, just image will find me X scale, and oh, it'll also find me angle. It's not ideal, but if there's a Y scale in here, I'd like to know it. So this is sign of image X scale. That's not a problem. This is image X scale equals direction. This just has to be times 1.5. There's no way around that. Because I want direction to be a negative 1 or 1. Image index, that doesn't matter. Okay, image angles. Oh yeah, I can do this now. I always forget to do this. I really wish you could set a default zoom level, but you can't. Not that I found. You can reset the zoom, but the problem with this is anytime I like open a new event or open a new object or something, it'll just reset the zoom automatically. It's kind of annoying. There's no way to just set a default value. What if I wanted it to be zoomed in a little bit more? There might be a way to change the font and increase the size of the default font that I just don't know about. I feel like there should be, and I just haven't found it. Alright, image angle stuff. Okay, here's the thing. Image X scale equals negative 1.5. God, I feel like I should set up scale for this as well, in case I want to change it. We're going to do that. I'm going to go back. So, the only thing I've done so far is this. Yeah, I'm going to throw a scale in here just so I can change this, in case I change my mind later. It's just so much easier to be like, it's one variable. And now, all I have to do is change that one value, and everything else changes. And it just makes it so much easier. I don't have to go through all this code and find all those 1.5s, which is way harder. Oh, but yeah, I got distracted. What I was saying was, I was chatting with somebody and just talking about how, yeah, I've been streaming for 5 years, mostly to nobody, to be honest. That's just straight up. I mostly am in here by myself, talking to myself. Now, I do get people in VODs. I check out the VODs every now and then, and they get to like, sometimes pretty high. I don't know, like, I'd say like between 10 and 20. Oh, well, let's just go look at my Twitch VODs right now. Why not? But I'd say about 10 to 20 viewers on VODs, which I don't know how many of those might be bots, but it's possible. I don't know how the botting works. Hide that. Mute that. Let's see what my VODs are at now. So, yeah, it's like 15 views, 7 views, 12 views, 10 views. So, like 10 to 20, that sounds about right. The YouTube VODs get very little, like 2 or 3 views. Some of them are still at 0, so no one's really watching those. But yeah, I've got like, I mean, I'm an affiliate, so I've obviously had enough success to get that. But mostly, to me, the streaming thing, why I've stuck with it, is just more like, it's like a diary, or it's like a journal. It's a chance to just talk. And I don't know, it's kind of nice to just have that stuff. So, I don't know, for me, if I never really was going for lots of views, though it is nice to have people. At one point, I was getting a lot of like regular viewers, and I think I made a big mistake like stopping streaming for a while at that point, because I think I would have just continued to grow if I had more regular viewers. That was a huge mistake if I wanted more. But it was never really my intention. Like, I know I stream the like most boring stuff possible. It's like all coding and art, digital art and animation. It's like a lot of the like slowest like stuff that you can hardly ever even talk about because it's that boring. Like, how much can you talk about animation? It's like, okay, we're on this frame for the next 10 minutes. Now we're on the next frame for the next 10 minutes or 20 minutes, you know. So I was kind of like used to that idea right from the start. So actually, in a lot of ways, I'm kind of happy with what few friends I've made on Twitch. Kind of cool. I do kind of wish I hadn't have made that one stop, though. My hope, though, is I release this game and I release Gazard, and maybe we'll get some extra, like, future viewers who just come into these streams because they're curious about the games and how they were made, if they liked them. I hope they liked them. I've worked very hard and very long to make them. So, at least it's here, you know, for anyone in the future who might want to visit. Not like they're going away. And that's one of the good things about putting it on YouTube, is they don't vanish now. Alright. I feel like I'm missing one. I did this one, negative scale. I want to make sure. There's no Y scales in there, so I can just do this and make sure. So sine that's fine. That one's good. That one's good. And that's it. Okay. I don't think I would like to stream, like, popular games. Definitely not. I don't even like to play popular games, so that would be a bad idea. I've always been niche. I don't think that's ever going to change. Like, this was 1 for a reason, so it's 1. This has to be a positive number, doesn't it? That's why I said image x scale equals 1. How do I set my scale to be positive scale? That's something strange. I can do AVS, right? Absolute value of scale. That'll set it to positive. I'm saying that. I'm probably going to play some more games though. I really want to play some more classic stuff, some retro games. I've been wanting to play ActRaiser again. ActRaiser is like one of my original... Like, I say it's Castlevania, but it started off as an ActRaiser game, Gazard. And then the more I got into it, I was like, well, why don't we take more from, you know, more inspiration from Castlevania, which is a game that I like even more than ActRaiser, and kind of combine the two. And then a lot of the ActRaiser stuff actually went away. Like, I didn't even try to do RTS stuff or strategy stuff, so honestly it became more of a Castlevania thing than an ActRaiser thing. Funny how that worked. 1, 2. This equals -1. Okay, how do I make scale? Oh, -1 times scale. It's easy enough, right? No? Yeah. That's right. Scale will never be negative, now that I think about it, right? Scale is 1.5. Nothing ever changes scale. Scale just changes other things. So, in fact, what I was doing here is pointless, because this is always a positive 1.5. And this will now be a negative 1.5. So this does need to be sine image x scale. Otherwise that's going to break that number. Draw. This is all good. Bullet. Look at that. Even this bullet reacts to its state being dead, which technically it wasn't, but now it will be, so that helps. No, wait, did I just do this? I just set this up. Never mind, forget what I'm saying. I have the memory of a chicken. Dir equals, yeah, that's fine. Image x scale equals this times scale. Alright. I don't think that would have broke anything. Should really go in and test to make sure everything still works fine. It's going to take me a lot of time. I hate to do this, but if there's something that I just broke, I really need to know about it now before I continue on. Let me go to initialize. We're still going to the world map. Growth equals false, triggers on. I can set the upgrade back to 3 just for convenience. And let's just make sure nothing's broke. So I just need to test a couple levels with, honestly, I just need to test him when he's small and when he's big outside of the final battle. I'm going to test the final battle enough on its own, so it should be fine. Ah, we should play Croc on stream sometime too. I love these old games. I haven't played Croc in forever though. That one's gonna feel really aged. Come get me! Alright, let's see if he's small. He does look a little smaller. Honestly, is his Y scale correctly sized? Did I forget to change his Y scale? Because it looks like he's a bit longer than he is tall. It looks like everything's working. Oh, except for whatever that was. Alright, variable, O alien bullet state, not set before reading it. Oh, okay. Something's wrong with the bullet. It's probably when I was changing all these values earlier. Let's look at it. I don't want to get rid of my error message yet. So this is, oh wait, no, this might be in the player, actually. Parent enemy. Oh, I know what's going on. Yeah, I think I know what's causing an issue here. Because the bullet is set up like an enemy, parent enemy. The bullet actually doesn't have the states that an enemy has, and I never accounted for that. I noticed that at some point, where's this at? Parent enemy. I was looking at this and I noticed that I never turned off other state is not equal dead. This part. I did the player's stuff, so the player can't interact when they're dead. But I never did anything for if the enemy dies, because so far every time an enemy dies, it's just been teleported somewhere else, right? It's not actually dead. But now that I've made a bunch of enemies that actually do die and have like death states, I've had to add this in. And this is what caused the problem, because this alien bullet, which is technically an enemy, does not have a state. So state equals 0. It doesn't really matter what it is as long as it's not dead. But that's what happened. It tried to look into this and see what the state equals, and it didn't see a state, so it panicked. Crashed. Alright, that should fix that. I'm wondering, what other things have the parent enemy, though? Is there anything else that I might have overlooked? Let's go to enemies, parent enemy. The parent enemies are oilfish, anglerfish, salmon, eel, alien, jellyfish, crab, shark, alien, bullet, stingray. All these final things. There should be 7 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 of those. Oh yeah, there's 2 per. Of course there's 8. Final alien. Okay, cool. There's nothing there that... Everything there should have a dead state. Or any sort of state. So that should fix that problem. Alright, let's try it again. Oh, well, you know, there's one thing I wanted to do before I open that. Go back to normal alien. Creation. Where I set this thing skill. Oh, well, there you go. I thought it looked like it wasn't right, and the reason it wasn't right is because I never set the X scale and Y scale. So the Y scale actually wasn't changed. There we go. We'll fix that. Did I? Now that I'm thinking about that, though, I did set this guy to be, yeah, that one's good. All right, let's test again. Now that I solved that little problem. Honestly, if I didn't change the Y scale, it would be a problem. Honestly, there might be another problem, and that's that the flip is set to Y. Okay, that is a problem. All right, here's the problem. Flip is Y scale. So this will, if this activates, actually this is always going to be wrong, because flip equals 1, it's not flip equals, okay, so everywhere that there's a flip, flip needs to be equal to scale as well. And what's that gonna break? Oh my god. Alright, flip equals scale. Where's flip in all this code? So yeah, golly. Flip equals negative scale would be fine. Yeah, as long as it's not timesing it by anything, it should be fine. Next. Plus flip, which is 1. Oh no. This is sine of flip. Yeah, I think that's got to be a 1. Next. Flip. If flip. No, I can't even say if flip anymore. Oh no. That's gonna break. Now I need to say if flip is greater than 0? Because it's either a positive or a negative number. Yeah, if flip is greater than 0, that'll fix that. Flip equals scale. disappointed with how much I'm having to change here. Flip equals scale. Flip equals negative scale. That's good. That's where we started. Alright. That should be all of that. Is there any flips in here? Flip equals true. Have I screwed up with all this flip stuff? I mean, using flip as a true-false statement, but it's also... That's weird, because a true-false statement would be 1 and 0. Why the hell would I do that? It's definitely got to be like a 1 and a negative 1 because I'm drawing it like that. Okay. So, flip equaling, basically it just says flip equals scale. I don't know why I set it to true there, that's strange, but it's technically setting it to 1, so it wasn't breaking anything. Oh god, just flip all over here. If flip is greater than 0, flip equals scale. You can see all the stuff I had to do to make image angle work. Just me changing this one variable. Alright. God, I hope nothing else breaks. Yeah. Alright, no more flips. That was just the final. Oh my god. Now let's do this one. Flip equals scale. Okay. That. And this one's so long, I might as well just search for it. Alright, this is the first one. So we want sine of flip. And scale. Negative scale. Sine of flip. This is the if flip greater than 0. Flip equals scale. Honestly, I should have tested this one first before doing the other guy. Because any of these changes I'm making that's wrong, I'm gonna have to do it again. Alright, I think that was everything. Flip greater than 0, flip equals scale. Okay. Instead, alarm. Flip equals scale. Greater than 0. If I ever... I do set flip to a negative number. It's only in one part, and that's this one. Right? This is the only place where flip actually equals a negative. That's when it's facing to the left. So it's a negative scale here. This is the only thing that's going to trigger that code. So I don't think there'll be a problem. Like here, if flip is greater than 0, it's a positive number. If it's less than 0, then it's a negative number. It's either a negative 0.75 or a negative 1. Flip equals either 0.75 or 1, positive. Because scale never changes. Okay, I'm just This is a lot to change, and I hope nothing breaks. Because I just don't want that right now. All this for this. I mean, this is really important because this determines whether he faces the correct direction or not when he turns around. Bullet. What flips there? And this is all good. Alright. Let's test again now that I've fixed all that. Hope there's no crashes. I tried to have a muted stream. I need to go back to it. Too much talking. I was thinking I need to change the way this depth thing works because sometimes he appears where he looks like he should be in front of the ship. Oh! But he isn't. Okay, so that's a smaller one. And I think that's right. He looks correct proportions. Everything's good. Let's see how the flip works. So the flip only really occurs when he's getting ready to charge. Ooh, crap, crash. Right? It's what causes him to flip and face the other direction. So as long as I'm on this side when I start... Yeah. Okay, so it's all working great. There's no crashes yet. I'd love to get him to charge this direction when I'm above him. It's just his charge is on a completely random timer now. Okay, I tried really hard there. No! You asshole. Did that on purpose. Boy, this gets too dark before the lights come on. Look at that. Has that always been like that? I think it's because it's getting dark out and it hasn't quite reached dark yet. It'd be a weird thing that's happening. Oh, the splash is a little bit off now. But yeah, it's not too bad. It's not a big deal. It's so hard to get this guy to land in the scene. I've done it a couple times, but back then I was making him charge a lot more often too. Damn it, he always charges when I go under him. I need to like run him out down here for a little bit longer. And then bring him up. Come on, jump! You asshole. He's gonna jump right now, didn't he? Oh, okay, he's gonna exit the screen. Well, I saw no crashes, no errors. I'm gonna do it one more time at this scale, and then I'm gonna change the normal scale, and we'll do it one or two times. That was close. Good. You asshole. And he does it now. God, it always times out like that. Now he just charges early. This little asshole hates its creator. There it goes. Oh, it's gonna do it. Splash! Where'd he go? I guess he went too far. Yeah, he actually overshot it. Well, but I think I need to get him to make like a low angle and then he'll land in. Alright, this is like too high of an angle. He goes flying. Honestly, I'll be able to do this a lot easier when it comes to his boss stage. That was actually a really good chance to do it too. Alright, there's no problems. It is fun to play around with. Alright, let's try the reverse of that. Or going back. I mean, there shouldn't be a problem going back to normal, but then again, it could be. So if we set to true, probably keep it at true for a while. Just make sure I check these three values before I balance. because I keep changing these values a lot. And I gotta make sure I change them to what their defaults are. And don't forget it. It's really easy to lose track of what they're actually supposed to be set at. Let's see if we can get this to work. If he comes just slightly above, yeah, see he's behind, but he's also underneath. I need to just like offset that a little bit. This is his actual size, so it's just a little bit bigger. I think that's fine. He's definitely has gotten larger. Wait, ah, it was close. I mean, all it is another splash effect with some bubbles. With like a whole bunch of bubbles as it comes down, so it's nothing too crazy. Then also did some stuff to set up when he starts to charge. His glow changes. That's what the glow variable was. So you'll see it like increases and then yeah, it just changes size. It's really a nothing thing. But it's just another indicator that he's about to charge. Which is harder to see when you're actually a sub, because a sub produces so much light, but it'll be obvious here as it gets, yeah, a lot brighter. I really don't like that. How dark it gets before the lights come on. I need to like increase when the lights turn on based on what the night box is, I think. Like, I think I have it set up to where when it's completely dark, they come on earlier. I definitely have that set up. But I don't think I have something for the in-between state. Because that, it shouldn't get like pitch black before lights kick on. So I'll look at that. But this is fine. That all works. Alright, so the room we're going to back here. Off of that. Growth is true. We'll just keep it true for now. Honestly, there's no reason to. Set it back to default. The trigger is true by default. The attack is false by default. So that's fine. One thing's different here is this time's supposed to be 0 by default. So a lot of these upgrades I'm going to end up changing. I'm just not messed with it yet. None of them are really getting used, so it doesn't matter. Wake direction, I still haven't really used. I was thinking if I use particles, I might be able to make this actually work better. But I'd have to make like a particle system completely dedicated to it. And I just don't know if I'm going to end up doing wake. Oh, but one thing I could do real quick. Let's look at, I need to look at 2 sprites. I know I wanted to work on the final boss, but there's so many other things that I can touch on. And anytime I get something, I think it's kind of important. Anytime I see something that's like a bug or, you know, needs to be adjusted, I like to do it immediately because that's the kind of thing you forget about. And then it could be like, who knows when the next time you'll remember it or notice it. So anytime I see like a bug or something, I really try and squash it immediately, and I do get distracted, but it's very on purpose. So in this case, for distraction, we need to change this. So it's, the problem here is the origin is so high. I need the origin to be a lot lower, but that might break the way this works. Because this is like in the center of this one. I don't even know if that would break anything if I lower this origin, because it's just middle center. I think it'd actually look good if it goes from this side to that. It shouldn't be that bad. So I might be able to just fix this by lowering this down. I mean, well, it's just middle center. It's easy enough to set it back if I think this is wrong. But we want to keep the middle part. But 109. We just want to have somewhere that makes more sense compared to the boat. I also want to look at the boat so that I can understand this a little better. Not ship, we want overworld, ship side. So the boat's origin is here. So if I want this to go in front of the boat when it's below, this needs to be kind of like an equal distance to that. That way he appears on the correct side of the boat. So if I put it like too low, it's not going to be good. You really need to do like from here to here. I am going to find the exact number for that real quick. Because I have a notepad open. This is enough. 125 by 113. And we want to go to 142, which is, why did it have to be 42? Let's say it's 143, so it would be 30. That's easier. It's 29 then, right? Minus 1. Anyway, we'll just do 30, because that's simple. Alright, so, set this back, 125 and 113. Alright, so what I want is 30 from where the bottom is, so that it matches. It's so hard to see the origin point. There it is. Alright, so let's say the bottom of this, I use this one to be even better. Bottom of this is like here. We want to add 30 to this, which is 56. And I already forgot what this is supposed to be. This was supposed to be middle. Okay, I know the 156. Middle center. 156. Alright, that should be where it goes. Where is it at? Did I go the wrong direction with my 156? I don't even see it anymore. Where is it? It's down here. 156 is not correct. I was supposed to subtract, I think. So I added 30. It was 126. It's supposed to be it's supposed to be 96. That's what I want. That's up. Which is here. Okay, that should work. That's our new origin. Close this. Now we're gonna open all this other crap. So it's 109.96. Six, right? This one. That was the first one I did. I didn't do the second one. This one. 96. And submerge 96. Alright. This one, I don't think it's going to matter because it's just in the center somewhere right there. It's also at 109. That's the middle center, huh? That's a little high. Oh. Alright, let's test that. And we gotta... No, this will be fine. I think I can hit the exit key. It's also gotta reload all these textures. Really need to stop talking. It's 6 hours now. I'm not going to finish the final boss tonight. Definitely not. Unless I kick it into overdrive for the last 2 hours or so. Alright, exit that. Now we can see this. Full screen the game. I wonder why that guy got the first badge on the subscriber. He's definitely not my first subscriber. Is that just a... I thought that the first badge went to the first subscriber. I want to reset that. I want to set this up to be like right where he comes out. Get the best view of that. Founder. So, did multiple people get... Oh yeah, that looked really good. Let's go a little lower. Do multiple people get the first founder badge or whatever? Does that mean you're like within the first couple? Which, I don't think that's true because I've been in the first couple of other streams and haven't gotten it. Yeah, it was fine. Because I definitely had a couple subscribers by now. It's probably under 10 now. Or under 10 people. I had one guy that was subscribed to me for like a year or two. It was crazy. I think he just subscribed to me and forgot about it. Kind of cool. I think I got just enough for one payout though. Because you're only getting like $2.20 something cents, I think, for each sub as an affiliate. So it's nothing. Like, I don't get any money from Twitch really. How long your neck is? Crazy. You know. Alright, let's close all this. I'm so distracted right now. This is what happens when I program for too long. Honestly, I probably should accept that I'm not finishing this tonight. And stop trying to force it. Just stop. We're at 6 hours. I would love to get into this at least a little bit. Let's strip out all this code that's unnecessary and do that much. So, most of this is the same. The splash stuff is all the same. Really, it's just the way upgrades change. Yeah. In fact, I think it'll be something, I need to do something like go to upgrade 3. Well, okay. I'm going to keep upgrade 0 in here, I think. It's better I talk about this and not just go straight into cutting everything, but he does have a state equals dead, and that was what was making him go back to spawn. I see. I wasn't just like using it to kill him. Right, that was only for the left and right motion. So yeah, the idea, he's going to do this motion for his first phase, right? So it's the same kind of stuff you've been dealing with the whole game. He's going to do this motion for the second, going to do this motion for the third, and he's going to do this motion for the fourth. And then the fifth phase, I'll do another type, which is basically the fourth. It's just got some extra stuff that happens. But I think to do this properly, instead of having all these different ones, I can have one for the first phase, which is just totally different type of movement. But all this stuff is like the same, right? Like, I'm pretty sure all this is the same. It just adds like this charging thing. It changes the speed. But actually the charge stuff is just like on an alarm. Yeah, charge timer. So, and I can just like condense this all and then put like different ones for like if phase 1. Actually, I can probably put all of it on like a move. I think what I want to do is copy all this code to like a notepad and adjust it there. Or adjust it here, and that way I can always go back to what I had if I screw something up, which is gonna happen. I'm done. So honestly, I think what I do is I'm gonna do like a lot of cutting and pastes. What's different between these upgrades actually? So this is based on direction. You get a direction, and this is just to deal with turning and what image index you're at. So this all like controls turning. Animation end also controls this stuff. And you move towards the player. This is different because the speed changes. This is all the same. And this is all the same. So honestly, these like different states aren't even really necessary for what I've done here. I thought I was going to put like a lot of this charging stuff and the projectile stuff. I thought it was all going to be in this code, but it turned out being on timers because that just worked better on alarms. So I think I can just merge all this stuff actually. What am I feeling? Am I gonna do another hour, or am I just gonna stop here? I'm honestly feeling like I just stopped. Didn't really get to the boss stage. We did a lot of bug fixing, which is cool, and we did all those boss spawns, which was the thing. But this is like a big undertaking, just all the final boss stuff. It's not too complicated though. Like once I get it separated into like these different sections, I think it'll be pretty easy. Really, it's just like getting the movement and having it choose the correct movement based on what phase he's in, right? And then it's figuring out how discharges work, and that's going to be like its own stage. And then what the discharge actually does just changes based on phase. And then I got to figure out how to get the background stuff working, and then what he summons is based on the phase. I don't think it's anything, there's nothing like too crazy. I think the crazy parts here are maybe like the homing projectiles. Anything that has to do with like the way the lightning moves around, that's going to be a thing that I had to figure out. Mostly just moving in like, it's mostly like image angle changing. And just firing more projectiles and increasing the alarms on these different charges and stuff. That might be a thing. I don't think it's too hard. Not like these final spawns are probably the most difficult part because there's just a lot of new stuff in that. Right? Stuff that I wasn't sure how was gonna work. I don't think this is too difficult. Alright, I'm stalling. I'm just talking. I am gonna quit. My voice hurts. I'm gonna spend this last hour just I don't know, watching a YouTube video or something, chilling. But that's it. 6-hour stream. We're getting close. We're getting real close. Honestly, all this I can get rid of now. Yeah. I finished this. I'm not going to do balancing or anything. So once this is done, I'm going to watch the Jaws movie. I'm going to play a couple old games. I might even stream that part. I don't know. I'm not promising anything. But I might play a few old games to just get an idea for like what the cutscenes were like. To deep into that theme. Maybe get some. I've taken a couple screenshots from games that were kind of iconic in my head, but I just want to like see them in game. Get an idea for it before I start drawing them. Yeah, the movie's for that too. Just like some. I want some inspiration. Damn dog always barks the second she walks out. And then we'll do UI stuff. Just draw what the UI looks like. We'll do cutscenes. We gotta do like title menu, load menu, options menu, key bindings menu. Gotta figure out what the game over screen looks like. There's gonna be some more coding with that stuff related as well. Once I gotta get the art and I gotta do the coding for all that. But I do know a lot of this, how it's done from Gozzard. I've actually done it before. So I'm not too worried about anything in there really. I think the hardest part will be like the menu UI, because I haven't done anything like that. Not anything too complicated at least. I'm planning to keep cutscenes as minimalistic as possible. That was the whole goal, is to make everything simpler. And I've definitely overshot that goal. I made things way more complicated than I need to be, like I usually do. I think I've been pretty good though. At least all my deaths are just explosions. Mostly. So I've done better at least. But God, I always like get an idea in my head, and I have to make things more and more complicated for myself. It just cursed. Okay, and then once that's done, we're doing sound effects, and then we move on to music. I'm kind of excited for music. I have no music background or talent at all that I know of, so it'll be interesting to see what actually comes of that. It'll be fun learning something new too, like totally new. So we'll see. Maybe I'll be a musical savant, or maybe I'll really suck and I'll have to actually hire somebody to do music for me. But that's it. Later.